Hello, and thank you for joining us today for MediaNama's discussion on the regulation of non-personal data. When we did a discussion on the data protection bill last month, we consciously kept NPD out of it because we felt it deserved more than a session. And while one might think that not much has changed in a year when it comes to NPD, we have had a few interesting developments. The personal data protection bill is now the data protection bill with an expanded scope of including NPD. And one criticism that we also had at that point in time was that, listen, this you can't have non-personal data as a part of a personal data protection bill. And I guess the committee took note of some of the comments that were coming in around this, and they just decided to change the name. But along with the expansion of the scope, they've also put uh, uh, the non-personal data part under the same data protection authority. And so, it remains to be seen whether this is going to remain in the final version of the bill that comes out. If you remember, like yesterday, there was a story in the Economic Times about how the entire bill might be reworked, and I hope that doesn't happen. Frankly, that doesn't make much sense. Basically, putting paid to all the work that has been done around data protection and starting from scratch is not a good idea. Especially even though the bill does have room for improvement, and many of those we discussed last month. But I don't know whether non-personal data will remain in this bill or be again separated out. The second thing that's sort of changed is that it seems that the Chris Krishnan committee has submitted its report to MeitY. That's the word on the street. That's the gossip that we've heard. And it's been almost 6 months or more, over 6 months since that report was submitted, and it still hasn't been made public. So we don't know if this is still a draft report that's been submitted. It's a final report, and we don't know what they've recommended finally. But they would have obviously moved on from the version that we saw a year ago. But for the purpose of this discussion, we're essentially going to rely on the data protection bill as we've seen it, and we're going to rely on the report that we saw last year. The third thing that has changed, and we're very pleased about this, is that PhonePe has released a vast amount of payments data in the public domain. It's something that we've been asking the RBI to do for a while, and they have released some data. UPI data has been released sparingly by the NPCI. PhonePe has gone and set up this massive platform called Pulse. For the purpose of our discussion and our conversations, we're not just talking in the air about non-personal data. A vast amount of it is in the public domain. And this is all happening after Sameer Nigam, the co-founder of PhonePe, came on this very platform, if you remember, a year and a half or 2 years ago, and basically spoke against this mandatory sharing of data, saying that will take incentives for starting up, for building a business out of that exercise. The incentives are going to get impacted if mandatory non-personal data is going to be shared. And I guess the Krishnan committee made note of that. So they've allowed sort of sharing of metadata with a metadata directory with the non-personal data authority, and then allowed for high value, like NGOs and stakeholders or organizations, perhaps even government departments, to set up these entities for high value data sets that they can then demand from businesses. So we'll discuss some of that as well. But the fact that PhonePe has released its data is a great opportunity for us to talk to them. And Google's also joining us because they've also released some data in the public domain related to COVID. So we want to understand what is the kind of thinking that went behind deciding what to share, what not to share. We also have some researchers who are here. Hasgeek has done research on, they've spoken with startups to understand their concerns about non-personal data. We've got Cuts and Apti, who've also done research on the non-personal data ecosystem, and both from a regulatory perspective as well as from a data sharing standpoint. So our objective for today's discussion is to examine NPD again, to understand the impact on privacy, on competition, and the startup ecosystem. But this also doesn't mean that we don't also question the very notion of NPD and the way it's defined, saying that everything that's not personal data is non-personal data, and it doesn't mean that data doesn't have layers to look at as well. There's human, non-human. There is we have one change in program in a sense. Dr. Amar Patnaik, the member of parliament who was going to speak with us around the JPC committee's thinking around NPD, is unable to join us, but because he had a parliamentary committee meeting that came up. But I did interview him for this discussion and raise some questions on all of our behalf. So we'll play this interview for your perusal, and in case you have any questions or any thoughts, love to get those, and I can maybe read some of those out as well. Post the interview, we'll start with the first session. And we're really looking forward to that conversation around how the startup ecosystem is impacted by non-personal data and what the incentives are like. But before we begin, I'd like to thank PhonePe, Google, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft for the support for this discussion. Nishant, can we play the interview with Dr. Patnaik, please? Hello, and welcome to a conversation with Dr. Amar Patnaik, member of Parliament, who was in the Joint Parliamentary Committee looking at the Data Protection Bill. One of the recommendations in the bill has been about expanding the scope of non-personal data. That Dr. Patnaik is joining us to discuss some of the recommendations made related to non-personal data. So welcome to the discussion. I was just wondering if you could tell us about the thinking of the committee around non-personal data, and about why we move from calling it a data protection, personal data protection bill to a data protection bill, and the expansion of the coverage of non-personal data in the bill.
Yeah, so if you look at the report which was submitted by the committee, then you would find that it is mentioned why the unanimous decision in the committee was initially there were discussions hovering around the need for doing it and whether it is possible to do it. But then there was almost unanimity as to what should be done with the non-personal data. And this is mentioned in that report as to why non-personal data has also been included in this bill. And the bill's definition has been changed from personal data protection bill to a data protection bill, meaning thereby that both personal and non-personal data shall be regulated by this particular bill or the act when it gets passed in the parliament. The main reason for this, again, it is mentioned in the report, is the fact that it is very difficult to distinguish between personal and data, non-personal data in tight jackets all through the process of collection of data, its future, even storage is possible, but once it starts getting processed and data getting used for various use cases, it is very difficult to separate both these two, compartmentalize and use them separately. There is a possibility, and that happens all the time, that no data packet is completely, I think majority of the data packets are not completely of only personal data of data principles or only of non-personal data. It could happen that it is mostly the case when they are joined together in a mixed data packet. Having said so, it is also a fact that non-personal data can get generated without using personal data. Once a non-personal data at any stage, if it can get re-identified to the data principle, then it falls under the ambit of the personal data. And therefore, if there are two different authorities, that is one for for the Personal Data Protection Authority, another for Non-Personal Data Protection Authority, then there is every likelihood of confusion, turf wars, and ultimately the data principal suffering as to if there is a breach or if there is a complaint, who to go to. And it doesn't, the data, while getting processed at different stages, it goes through a number of iterations and reiterations. So the best way that was thought was that let there be one data protection authority who is responsible to the data principle. Let there be two verticals separately for personal data and non-personal data, following different regulations, but a single data protection authority to give trust and confidence to the data principle that whether it is personal data or non-personal data, if his personal data is breached and the rigors of the Personal Data Protection Bill has to kick in, then we are there for you. That is one. Then second thing, you have to also understand that there are several sectoral regulators who are also independently collecting data and processing them. Many of which would be personal and again non-personal. Already there is complexity built in that, in which case the Data Protection Authority needs to have an MOU. You imagine a situation where there was another authority, again non-personal data, who would also be signing MOUs with these sectoral regulators. The entire ecosystem becomes very complex and very difficult from the data principles point of view. So we thought that a kind of centralized authority where the data principal can approach in case his data is breached or in case there is any right that he wants to establish, then it would be better. And that is why we have tried to take both these aspects, both the non-personal and personal data, under the umbrella of one legislation, having provided the entire regulation relating to non-personal data currently being almost not there because the government has not yet formulated a principle on basis of which it is to be regulated. Currently, it is discussing the Chris committee report, and therefore the guidelines of how to regulate non-personal data I am in favor of a light touch regulation, has not emerged. Once that emerges, then it would also be a codified part of this legislation. And in case there are, incongruities or discordance between these two, then it will get revealed in the same act itself, and so it can be taken care of at the same time. Ultimately, you will have one great data protection regulation, just as the EU has only one single data protection regulation, and many countries do have. So that is the thought that went behind the recommendation that has been made in the JPC report.
So in a sense of one other way of looking at it is that effectively by including non-personal data in the bill, what you've done is that you have accepted the existence of something called non-personal data, as broad as that definition is, and therefore given it a sort of a potentially a legislative sanction for further regulation on non-personal data. Whereas, one school of thought is that this is anything that is not personal data is essentially intellectual property, and there are already laws governing intellectual property. So I'm just curious about whether that option of just not legislating on this also was considered, because even if there is re-identification or layering or there is harm, the Personal Data Protection Bill would have anyway covered those situations.
No, but the point is, even in the report of the non-personal data that we are discussing, There are three categories of data that they have mentioned, and these categories, in some sense, are also protecting the data principal's right over his own non-personal data, besides community data and other kinds of data. So in the apps, there could have been a non-personal data protection authority without legislation, as you were saying, but it would be as good or as bad as a self-regulating authority without any powers, to give relief to the data principals or to the community in case of any kind of complaint. Unless you have a legislation, you cannot give powers. And therefore, by keeping the non-personal data under this bill, all that would happen is that the supposed non-personal data protection authority, if it becomes a vertical, would actually be empowered to protect the equity and equity of the data principles, which is the essence. Data as an asset, which is the essence of the report on non-personal data. I think would get better protected by having them under one legislation. Your question relating to intellectual property is anyway protected even under the personal data protection bill. As long as it is not re-identifiable completely to the data principal. There could, however, be, as you are right, as you were saying, there could be conflict, there could be areas, but having completely non-legislative ecosystem for non-personal data would not have actually helped it, because you have to think ultimately it is data of the data principal, and the rest are all data fiduciaries who are custodians of data.
So
and therefore,
that's not necessarily true. Sorry to interrupt, sir. That's not necessarily true, right? Because you also have, for example, weather data, which is non-personal data, that's still coming under this particular regulation. There is an entity that is perhaps putting in the infrastructure to collect weather data, which is its intellectual property, would also be then governed under this entire mechanism that you're putting.
No. Even in the PDP bill, there is one particular provision which is beyond the rigors of consent and all, and that is relating to disaster management and public policy. So weather data would be considered as a part of disaster management, and it would be useful. It would be used for the society, and therefore it doesn't require any kind of consent. So it is already there.
So, I mean, I was using that as an example, but there are other forms of non-personal data that might be collected by companies that are not pertaining to an individual.
So right. So if there is any data which is not non-personal, which is not personal, the widest definition given is anything that is not personal is non-personal. So that would anyway not be covered under the PDP portion of the DP bill. Now there will be two separate sections two separate broad chapters in the PDP, in the data protection bill, one for personal data, the other for non-personal data. So I don't think any kind of non-personal data would have the same amount of rigor as a personal data. So it will be very soft. So we are waiting for the government. But then the big question is, this is what the committee has recommended. This is what the committee has recommended in the bill and in the report. When it gets discussed in both the houses of parliament, there could be more changes. The government itself may not even agree to that and may think in terms of having two separate authorities. So let us wait what happens.
So I was just curious about where this leaves the Chris Gopalakrishnan committee's recommendations, because they had suggested a separate authority, they had suggested a separate bill, and they were coming at it more from an economic growth point of view, saying that data is an asset, and like you said, community data should belong to the community, and they want to create a framework for high value data sets to be transferable to non-profits that would then control that non-personal data. Was some of these aspects of where this leaves the entire Chris Gopalakrishnan committee situation discussed, and were the aspects of economic utility also discussed?
I just mentioned that the Chris Gopalakrishnan committee report on non-personal data was not discussed in threadbare, clause by clause, or paragraph by paragraph, as we did for the PDP bill, but the overall kind of narrative and the recommendations was known to all the members. number one. And number two, yes, we are fully aware of the fact, and I did mention that here in this case, the non-personal data, Krish Gopalakrishnan committee report, and very rightly, I completely agree that data is treated as an asset, as an economic asset. Its value should be unlocked. In fact, you just, in the name of celebrating informational privacy of citizens, you can't kill the benefits that can flow to these people from rightful use of this data by making them non-personal, by using appropriate anonymization, asset encryption, and making them anonymized. But the point is that I really don't think that by putting this bill in the parliament together with the non-personal data under one umbrella, the Krish Gopalakrishnan committee report is being pushed under the carpet or pushed to the wall, pushed behind the doors. No, not at all, because the government will now have to discuss the Krish Gopalakrishnan committee report and frame legislation rules. And that would probably come in as an amendment to the data protection bill. That is what our thinking is. As I said, during the time of discussion, the government may choose to move ahead separately, not accepting our logic. But then our logic has been that if you have both under one umbrella, the maximum optimization of protecting privacy and promoting digital economy, which is also in the objective of the PDP bill, would actually get fructified.
So, in terms of promoting the digital economy, what sort of research was relied upon in the fact to ascertain whether releasing this data would actually and effectively taking this, which one might say that for a company is their intellectual property that they are using for a comparative advantage for their own growth, that was there any consideration given to how this might affect competition in the country and therefore it affect economic growth? Because availability of data will allow folks to build on it, but it also affects competition.
This was debated quite a bit. So this was debated quite a bit with the committee, with many members having different points of view. But then, the one underlying fact in this entire discussion is the fact that even if we had no law, even if we had no report, the fact has already been proclaimed by the Supreme Court by saying that it's a fundamental right. So even if there was no law, if a data principle got affected by whether breach of personal, non-personal, in whatever his own interpretation is, and if he went to the court would give primacy to his privacy, and therefore the safeguarding the intellectual property. I'm not saying it has been completely done away with. It's an important promotion of digital economy, but not at the expense of information privacy, because that's a fundamental right.
Of course, I'm not contrasting the two, sir. I'm not.
So competition at the So competition at the cost of privacy can't happen now. But then, if the competition antitrust laws and all that, whatever has to be done, so there will be separate MOU with the sectoral regulator, because that would be the domain of the sectoral regulator. In this case, you would find that the DPA's job in this entire thing is more on the technology front to protect the privacy of the citizen, whereas the sectoral regulators are actually doing both, that is protecting and also promoting the purpose for which they have been created, whether you try or CCI or consumer protection, whatever. So I don't think that this bill would in any way deter the growth of digital economy, would rather give stability to the system and predictability, so that if there is cross-border data flow, if people want to come to India and use the data, they know what the regulation is, they know how to go about it. And as long as they are not compromising the committee report, there may be problems on that front when community asserts its right and says that it is our data, and our data, therefore, we want to establish. So therefore, when the government brings in some kind of principles and regulations relating to non-personal data, it has to be very clear, and it must not, kill the goose that lays the golden eggs of, protecting intellectual property, so that, there is different kind of innovations takes place. The innovation ecosystem has to be protected, and therefore, even in the PDP bill, wherever there were no provisions of carve-outs for startups and innovations and this, that has been provided, and you will see that it will be there in the new bill.
So another aspect of the Krisgopalakrishnan committee report is that they're saying that in that case, the NPDA would not have any right to restrict sovereign demands for non-personal data. Is this something that was also discussed because there seem to be limited restrictions on sovereign demands for personal data? Would that apply to non-personal data as well, as per the bill?
As per the original bill, there was only one provision, which was Section 91, now renumbered to Section 92, which had the provision for sovereign demand on non-personal data in the interest of evidence-based policy making. So that would continue to be there. But, we should not we should also remember that the biggest data fiduciary probably is the government itself, which does the evidence-based making for improving governance. Now, governance, again, doesn't only mean government. It is the private sector, it is the communities, it is the citizens, it is SHGs and NGOs, civil society organizations. Everybody contributes to the governance climate in the country. So my thing is that my opinion on this is that the sovereign right to take data for the purpose of evidence policy making would be more applicable and would make more meaningful, has more meaningful kind of connotation only in case of personal data. And therefore, the exemption provisions have been provided under Section 35. As far as non-personal data is concerned, I think my prescription would be that the government should come out something in which non-personal data could be shared freely across public, private, and all kinds of sectors, because ultimately, I think innovations and new trajectories of growth and development should come up, which would help the citizens. So that should be kept in mind. Mind you, currently we don't have anything except Section 92 in the revised bill. But when the government does finally come out with the principles, it should be kept in mind. This sharing, whether it will be free or it will be at a cost or whatever, that should again be determined by government. On the personal data front, it is much more stricter, much more very, very strict, and the regime is very I would say that it is tilted in favor of protecting the fundamental right of privacy of data principles. On the other side, it should be to promote digital economy. And that the personal data also should not only be protecting personal privacy of citizens, but also should be promoting digital economy, has already been mentioned in the statement of object of the original bill itself, which has been replicated in the new bill, in the suggested new bill new bill suggested by the JPC. So I don't think it will be creating any problem. Rather, it would marry well, I thought.
So it's a voluntary or mandatory in terms of data sharing, public and private, in order to
I told you that, no, I told you that the government has to decide. My personal opinion is that it should be, you should develop a market for it. And the market will find out the most efficient solution. And when I say market, that means there's a cost to it. And when there is a cost to it, a person would not unnecessarily ask for non-personal data. It will ask only for such non-personal data which he thinks can give him a product which will give him profits or whatever in the market. And at the same time, there is a price to it. So a government which, an entity, government or non-government, if it wants to use data for some benefit, for giving some benefit to citizens mandatorily, that's already covered under the PDP bill, the PDP section of the DP bill that we are suggesting. On the non-personal portion, which is yet to come out, the fine contours of it, which is yet to be coming out from the government, I think the government should keep that in mind. However, having said so, it might so happen, will the government pay to a private sector to get his data? So I think there will still be these issues relating to whether in the larger public interest for giving some benefit, whether the government can forcibly take this data. Section 92, the original thinking of government gives a clue, Section 91 earlier, that for evidence-based policymaking it can. But I have a feeling, my feeling is that my suggestion to government would be that they should try to develop a market for it, for non-personal data, because once you develop a market, then the market will take care of it. But there will be inefficiencies in any market, maybe in the data market as well. And the government should be ensuring that such frictions between the buyer and the seller decreases as much as possible.
Well, so I just looked this up and I remember this in the budget session, in the budget announcement, the government has put a gag on publication of export and import transaction data. So it's at one level we're discussing releasing more data for the economic growth, and another level the government seems to be trying to control information that's already being released or by third parties.
I was very surprised because if it was mandatory for the government, because if someone wants to disclose voluntarily, then and it is not affecting the privacy, because the argument that the government would be taking in this case is the fact that it is probably hindering or in some way compromising the intellectual or the business commercial data of another entity by some entity, something like that. But giving a gross value would not have created any problem. So I'm sure, I think this would be debated when it comes to for any committee that is going to deal with it. And the gross data should come. Even sector-wise data should come. It may not be company-wise, but sector-wise, because one company can always say that by revealing these statistics, another company gets a unfair advantage. But then what is competition all about? The competition is all about having this data and making the competition frictionless, market frictionless. So I think this is a knee-jerk reaction that has happened, and I'm sure that this would come up for a larger discussion in the parliament through questions or in debates. And maybe the government will have to look into it. I was very surprised with this kind of a prescription, but haven't really gone into the rationale behind such a decision, which has to be ascertained. I haven't done it so far.
Well, sir, I mean, sometimes we have different rules for the government, different rules for everyone else. But thank you so much for taking time to speak with us, sir. I wish you could have joined us for the conference, but maybe some other time. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nikhil.
Hi, so I guess we'll move on to the next session, but I hope you found that useful. It seems, according to Dr. Patnaik, that the committee is largely taken, they've looked at it largely from a personal data protection lens, that they've included non-personal data, less from an economy perspective. But let's see how this sort of plays out, because there is also potentially economic utility to be looked into. And that we'll talk about the impact on the startup ecosystem, the decisions to release data in session 2. I'd like to welcome Karthik Raghupati from PhonePe, Zainab Bawa from AsGeek, Anil Ghosh from Google, and Siju Kuruvela from ADIF to the session. We'll start with you, Karthik, if you could tell us a little bit about the decision that PhonePe took to release data in the public domain, payments data in the public domain. Tell us what thinking went behind that.
Yeah. Firstly, thanks, Nikhil. Thanks for having me. So let me start maybe by just giving folks context on what exactly did we share, and then talk a little bit about the motivation behind it in terms of why did we do it. So I think our flagship initiative in the space of sharing data, non-personal data, is PhonePe Pulse. So for those of you who are not familiar with it, I would request you to check out pulse.phonepay.com. It's a novel interactive website that allows the public to see how Indians are transacting digitally. So all the digital payments data that we've seen over the last 3 years, all our transactional data has been aggregated, anonymized, and published on the PhonePe Pulse website. And what you can do there is there's an interactive map where you can zoom in, zoom out at a district level and view statistics like the number of transactions, the value, the number of users, split by categories, etc. So that's just the context about what did we decide to share. And the reason we did this is largely twofold. We really strongly believe in the philosophy of an open philosophy, and we really think that sharing data fosters identification of new opportunities, enables innovation, and really moves the ecosystem forward. We ourselves have been beneficiaries of an open ecosystem, namely UPI, and hence feel the responsibility to give back to the ecosystem, as well as to new entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs who are starting out. And Pulse is essentially a very kind of altruistic application of the whole non-personal data sharing example. And at some level, I think the best use of non-personal data is to leverage anonymized data to really promote innovation. And I think we've already seen examples of people building out new businesses and delivering value to users because of the availability of this data. So that's reason number one as to why we did it. And then the second is at our scale, as the largest digital payments player in the country, we think our data is actually representative of the economy or of the country. The trends that we see in our data is certainly reflective of the economy. And just as an example, as the country went in and out of lockdown over the last 2 years, we were able to clearly see the resultant activity amongst our users, especially amongst our offline merchants in various geographies, in sync with how the country opened up. And I think overall, if I step back, the sharing of Pulse data, Pulse really validates our belief that sharing this kind of non-personal anonymized data can contribute to the public good and really catalyze innovation. So that's why we did it, Nikhil. Hopefully that gives everyone context.
Sorry, I was on mute. Karthik, what sort of data did you decide not to share and why?
Yeah, I think that was actually equally important, if you will. So thanks for asking that. I think if you think about how we thought about what data to share, I think let me start with the criteria that we used in terms of concerns that we had, and I think they largely came down to privacy as well as data sanctity or accuracy. Right? So we really didn't want to start sharing data that had any kind of concerns on privacy. And I don't just mean private data of consumers, but it's also data that could be inferred because sometimes if you go to the right granularity level, privacy can be compromised just through differential trends in data as well. So I think we did quite a lot to ensure that both privacy as well as the data sanctity was maintained. So just to kind of double click on that, the kind of data we shared publicly was only aggregated up to a district level. So while we have data up to a lakh long level, which is the most granular, we just definitely decided that we'll stop at the district level and not go further below that. Right? So that's an example of just the granularity of the data having stopped at a reasonably aggregate level, because given the population of India, I think an average district is totally fine in terms of law of large numbers that we have. So that's number one. The second is in terms of people who had access to the systems that power the data behind Pulse internally at PhonePe, we made sure that there are very, very strict controls to monitor access control. Because when you think about data verification, data accuracy, especially for a company like us that's putting out such a large data set outside, you need to make sure that there's no access control issues that where people can actually manipulate it and the wrong kind of data is put out. So we've gone through essentially an entire audit and an ongoing kind of control process so that only verified individuals have access to the systems that are powering Pulse data externally. So that speaks to the data sanctity, if you will. And finally, in terms of data accuracy, what we've done, we put out this data every quarter. And before this data is put out every quarter, we actually have a 3-stage process to conduct with separate teams that are, almost disparate, if you will, with a final kind of controllership team that's signing off, that actually looks at it and says, okay, we know the data is accurate and that there's no personal data being shared. So that's how we kind of put in place controls to make sure that there's no private data that is going out and no data that may compromise competitive risks as well. So just to close on types of data that we didn't publish because of these principles. One is, as I mentioned, granularity. The other is certain types of data. So for example, merchant data at a more granular level is something we decided not to publish because that would actually compromise some of the competitive considerations that we would have. We've gone out and acquired 26 million merchants across the country, and giving specifics on how many merchants are there in which location would compromise some of the competitive aspects of our business as well. So that's these are other considerations that we took before putting out the kind of data that we did.
So just before I move to Anil, would you be open to the idea of an authority, let's say, asking you to share that merchant data with a non-profit that could potentially use it for a public interest purpose?
So I think,
I know it's not an easy question.
Yeah, I think you've given me an example. So let me answer it in principle before I answer this question in particular. I think overall, my belief is data sharing in general, and non-personal data, of course, should be flexible and voluntary and not mandatory, right? So that would be the overarching principle behind which I'm coming from. So while there should be creative encouragement from governmental organizations or policymakers or any of them to celebrate or to encourage the sharing of non-personal data the way, for example, we've done, I don't believe private enterprises or public enterprises, large companies or small companies, should be mandated to share such data. I think it should be flexible enough to be voluntary, right? So that's the macro belief from which I come from. And I think, therefore, I would say that if you ask me, encourage us to share it, absolutely. Mandating, probably not, right? And I think when it comes to specific use cases like what you mentioned, I think everything has to go through a little bit of a risk, go through an actual risk scenario analysis to say, okay, what type of data are we disclosing? Is there competitive issues with it? Are there privacy issues associated with it? And if it passes all of those sniff tests, then companies should be encouraged to share it, but not mandated.
So I just realized that if you think about it, the largest repositories of merchant data in the country are actually held by the governments, where the state governments under the registration mechanisms have a vast amount of data, and that's not public.
Yeah, and I think this is where some of the philosophy comes in of why should it not be made mandated? Because if you make it mandatory, then you're going to make every institution share it, whether you're public or private, to your point, right? Whether it's the government or private enterprise, and large or small companies. And to be honest, it actually, rather than fostering innovation, it may actually harm some of the smaller companies, because then it adds a compliance burden where they need to be able to figure out how to share data, because it's got to be two-way, right? You can't just draw a line somewhere and say you're now large enough that you don't need to start sharing. So if you start sharing mandatory, it's that burden goes to everybody, and then it starts to add a meaningful amount of focus away from the core business, right? So I think that's why the framework around NPD sharing needs to be flexible enough to encourage sharing, but not mandatory, because it cuts both ways.
Thanks, Karthik. Anil, same question to you. Like, what sort of data is Google sharing, and for what purpose? Like, why did you decide to share data?
Thanks, Nikhil. First of all, thanks for inviting. It's great to see this session ongoing. So if you don't mind, I'll just do a couple of slides just to show about what data we are sharing. I promise not to take much time. So just 1 second.
In the meantime, if anyone has any questions, please do use the Q&A tab on your screen. Go ahead, Anil. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Okay, so looks like Zoom is auto-muting me when I'm sharing my screen, and there's no way to unmute it. Okay, so I'll go ahead. So at Google, and I'll means so my quick introduction. So I work on Google Maps. I'm a senior program manager there, and at Google Maps, we deal a lot with a lot of geospatial and location data, right? So and in terms of location sharing, we have been sharing a lot of geospatial location data for a while. So if you look at Google Earth Engine, which has been active in India for more than 10 years, has more than 700 geospatial data sets, right? And freely available for online analysis across a lot of geospatial domains. So that's been there. There is Environmental Insights and Explorer, where cities get access to for a lot of emission related insights, and that they can take climate action accordingly. So in terms of sharing geospatial data sets for the wider environmental sustainability or for public good has been something that we have been doing for a long time. Okay. And not just in India, this has been a global stance. Specifically, what I want to talk about today is community mobility maps. So community mobility maps or community mobility reports is something that we started like a couple of years back when the pandemic struck. What was happening was there were large-scale community-led community initiatives taken by the governments, like social distancing, lockdowns, and curfews, to control the transmission of the pandemic. Okay, but there were no large-scale measures on how the public was actually responding to these measures, whether they were effective or not. Okay. So that's where community mobility reports came into being. Okay, wherein what we started showing is we work with public health officials to determine which are the area kind of places where the governments and health officials would like to track and see like what's the impact of these measures. So we defined like 6 categories of places, and across all of them, compared to the start of the pandemic, we started showing what has been the change, relative change in mobility over time. Okay. Again, this started from April 2020. The reports are being updated on daily basis, available till now, right? We started the country level because we wanted to be very confident of data that we're sharing, but we have gone down to at a district level. And this goes to what Karthik was also saying, that in terms of the philosophy of how we're building these reports, the data is actually anonymized and aggregated at the point of collection, but it needs to be aggregated to a level that we're confident enough about the insights that we're sharing publicly. So they are available at district levels. They continue to be used significantly across a lot of stakeholders. So we have seen the Ministry of Health using these reports in terms of measuring the impact of lockdowns and curfews. I remember like last year when after the second wave, when the lockdowns were lifted, there was a huge surge of mobility. And the government used those reports to sort of provide caution to the public in terms of not just because lockdowns are lifted, the pandemic's not over. We have seen researchers like ORF, TIFR, IISc continuously analyzing these reports and coming up with insights and sort of governance measures on how the pandemic could be controlled and what should be measures going forward if there is another wave. And on a media front also, like every week I see articles where some outlet or the other uses these reports to see, okay, how economic activity and mobility is changing. So it's been heartening to see that overall. And it's over time become I would say the pandemic's most tracked economic tracker at a very macro level. And this is basically what we have enabled using location data, but which only for users who have chosen to share the location history, which is actually off by default on our products. So users need to go in and opt in to share it. And on top of that, we apply anonymization and aggregation. And also to protect the data further, we apply a technique called differential privacy to ensure that it cannot be tracked. So using that, a simple manifestation of this is a feature that we have had in Google Maps for a long time. When you search for a place, you would see what we call as business index, where you see popular times and also real time how busy it is compared to history. It's just basically taking that that technique and sort of aggregating it up to provide insights which could have helped in this macroeconomic tracking. So that's something that we have been sharing over the last couple of years.
So I'm curious about the differential privacy has had its challenges as well, right? It has there are instances where differential privacy has been reversed, or I think Netflix was the first one to try it, and it was layered on top of other data. It was used to re-identify particular instances. So one are there privacy protecting mechanisms which cannot be where data sharing cannot be reversed in terms of anonymization? I mean, and the other is that how what kind of utility gets impacted as you zoom out, something I was curious about. As you give more and as you aggregate more and more, are there use cases that people have sought from you with this data that you've had to turn down?
Sure. So in terms of differential privacy, first of all, differential privacy is the second layer that we actually put when sharing this data. So first of all, when the data is collected, it's only by users who have opted in to share their location history. Okay, but it's off by default when you start using our products. Okay, but at the time when you start sharing, we apply anonymization and aggregation at that level. So a simple use case of this data is when you see traffic data on Google Maps, right? So, and if you actually see in terms of how traffic is changing, right, what we are actually interested is not how many people are at a certain intersection or a certain road and how many are traveling. It's basically relative density of location signals and how they are moving, right? So at the onset itself, there is no use case in our products which requires us to not use a non-anonymous and non-aggregated data. So that's the first layer that we apply when this data is collected. So it's anonymized and aggregated. On top of that, to ensure that there is no way that basically this data can be tracked to an individual person, and to add an additional layer of data protection, that's when the differential privacy is added on top of that, okay, which adds more noise to the data. So, and it makes data absolutely random. So that's how we apply differential privacy. I can't comment on other companies, but like how Google has applied differential privacy and generally applies it. We are strongly confident that it's not reversible, and it no way can get down to a level where you can identify any specific person's data. Okay, so that's on that. What was the second question, Nikhil?
About use cases. Are there particular use cases that people have sought data for which you've had to turn down because of privacy concerns in terms of granularity? Let's see. And same question to you, Karthik. Post this.
Yeah, I'll start and hand it over to Karthik. Karthik, that's fine. So I'll actually take a leaf of what Karthik mentioned initially. So we need to look at the data in terms of where it becomes actually usable to the overall objective they're trying to serve. Okay, in this case, to generate insights to compare at a macroeconomic level, it had to be aggregated. So if it was at a much more granular level, it won't have been usable in the first place. Okay, so privacy is definitely the first layer, but what we also have to see is the quality of the reports that we're generating. So is it adequate quality, and are we confident of when we are saying that, hey, mobility at workplaces in Bangalore urban is actually almost there at the same level as pre-pandemic levels, right? So how confident are we of that data, right? So, and in fact, in some cases, like there are a few districts in India where actually if you go down, you won't find these reports. The reason was that probably there are not enough people who are sharing their location history with us, right? And even if they're sharing, when we're aggregating it and applying differential privacy, there is too much noise that we can draw insights out of it. So the primary objective is what's the purpose that we're serving here? And to serve that purpose, there's a minimal level of aggregation that's required to make it usable. Okay, and that's where basically, like, if there is an ask of in fact, in this case of community mobility reports, it was very proactive because we were already in touch with public health officials in many countries. So again, this was a global initiative, not India specific, right? So we already knew what the requirements are, and we proactively sort of went out and published these reports. But we haven't had any sort of specific, okay, can you share, like, because even from public health officials, they also realize that it's not sort of, let's say, if you want at a personal level, first of all, it's not possible. And secondly, it's not actionable or usable in a way where you want to serve the objective that you have here. Okay. And last thing before I hand it over to Karthik, I think it depends in terms of what we share versus not share. So we are open to sharing data whenever there is a need. Okay, be it like a government need or a need for environmental sustainability or for public good. But each use case needs to be evaluated and seen whether the data that we have, is it usable or not? Is it, I mean, can it be anonymized and aggregated and put in a usable form or not? And once we evaluate that, and also it needs to be a collaborative approach. So we can't take unilateral decisions. So we need to sort of work with authorities and come to a decision and then share, which is actually will be impactful and help make some change. What do you, Karthik?
Thanks, Anil. I think in our experience, Nikhil, we're still in very early stages in terms of the power or usage of this kind of data in India, especially for digital payments. Literally Pulse went live, for example, of September of last year.
Yes.
Right. So we are in very early stages in terms of discovering the type of use cases that this kind of data can power. I mean, we've gotten great feedback from various parts of the ecosystem, right? We've got literally people in faculties and universities who are using this data to teach their students on statistics and data sciences. We've got, in fact, next week, there's a hackathon that we are organizing in partnership with Niti Aayog, where developer community has been asked to work using the data APIs that have been published on Pulse. I think we're just scratching the surface in terms of the various use cases that can be powered using the type of data that we have published. So I think we're a little behind in terms of the question you're asking, which is, are there even more new requests or other things that we've put out that we are kind of taking back? I think this is going to be a journey. But I think one thing that I realize is there will be a lot of qualitative judgment involved in this whole process. There's the type of data that we put out, or Anil puts out as part of Google Maps. There is just so much context to the company in terms of the kind of data that, in terms of considerations around privacy, in terms of considerations about how it has to be used, even data definitions, right? What type of data, that there's got to be a strong review process internally in the company before you decide to disclose something or not disclose something, by looking at it from a variety of angles, whether it's privacy or competition or definitions and usability and all of that. So I think it's going to be qualitative, quite thoughtfully so, because if you start making this a process and a framework, I think it starts to dilute it. Right? So I think that's where we would come. I think it's in very early stages in terms of where all this can evolve and what type of use cases can be built.
Are there use cases that you've said, no way, we can't do this? And any of those kind of questions that have come to you?
Yeah, I mean, there have been merchants or partners who have come up and said, can we get APIs that give data about our consumers, right? So, as part of doing business, because we have a strong data set about our consumers, and that's much broader than, let's say, the interactions that our partners or any other partner would have. They've said, can we get information that is specific to the consumers? Because for them, that gets very valuable from a targeting perspective. And we've said, absolutely not for that, because that becomes, starting to sell data for the data's sake, which we don't do. Right? So that kind of things we've just put a very hard no to. There are requests coming in terms of new data elements that people would like to see on Pulse. And, we've started to make a list. But like I said, I think every time we decide to introduce something, not only do we need to take through all the considerations of all the societal considerations, all of that, but also considerations in the future. What if we disclose it and then remove it, right? So we have to think through all of that thoughtfully before actually putting out something.
Thanks, Karthik. I'd like to bring in Zainab now. Hasgeek did this research with startups last year. And Zainab, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how the startups that you've interviewed view non-personal data. Do they see it as an opportunity? Do they see it as a threat? I mean, what did you find?
Thanks, Nikhil. So our team interviewed about 65 companies, and I think I'll refrain from using the word startup because Hasgeek is
a broad phrase.
PhonePe, and maybe Google is also a startup in a different league. And I think that the thing that we consistently found throughout was that this definition of a startup and this definition of innovation seems to be a very uniform definition, whereas real life is not that uniform. The fact is that for a company that's just starting out, they don't even know whether the data they're collecting is useful or valuable. And they'll only discover this in retrospect after a couple of years. And therefore, asking them to share asking them to share what you might call high value data sets and all might not even be that useful, neither from a societal perspective and neither from a business perspective. The other is, while I was hearing Karthik speak, it's very evident that a company like PhonePe has so many resources to be able to take into account so many considerations, whether it's considerations about, what data can you share, what could be the social ramifications, what could be the business implications versus, what could be the implications from, various considerations. Can you imagine, like, I run a company with about 12 people. If I were to kind of, spend time doing all these considerations, I would never be doing sales. I would be never doing business development. And so I think that it's the uniform sentiment among most startups was that the moot point is that these kind of frameworks and policies are being introduced, but there is no consultation with any of the stakeholders in terms of, like, what this implementation will look like. I'll recap a couple of quick points that also came up from the point of view of both the implementation angle as well as as well as from the point of view of the concerns that startups had with respect to innovation, whether that gets fueled by NPD or that gets staggered by NPD. So one is, of course, that there's complete lack of clarity in terms of what this definition of non-personal data is. And I think one of the data scientists that we spoke to was very concerned that you can't just have this, binary of saying there's personal data and there's non-personal data. The fact is that this all flows along a continuum, and many a times we don't even know, whether the data is useful or not in the immediate. It's always a hindsight issue. The second is that there is this concern about the framework that's been put into place with respect to data trustees. And these trustees are not necessarily stewards of rights, they're stewards of data itself. And so therefore, how will this implementation really take place in real life? Do you really expect a trustee to have the trust of a community? The third thing that came up was that everybody says in policy that we want to have this, we want to secure all this data, and we kind of like swear by security. In real life, this question is really thrown to security experts and says, hey, you go take care of this mess. And the fact is that if you are going to kind of have this massive pool of data and you're going to have such a technical implementation, do you even have some reasonable standards in place in the first place to do this kind of implementation? And then the fact is, where is the interface? What is the thought process about the interface from which you're going to access this data? How is the startup going to access this data from from a one-time use case to a recurring use case point of view? So while it's very nice of Mr. Patnaik to say, let's make a marketplace, where is the test prototype out there where you can understand, like, how this access, etc., will happen? Then there are concerns about metadata. The fact is that metadata can really reveal the strategy of a company. Do companies really want to share this kind of metadata? And it's not just from a strategic point of view, but also from the real life implementation point of view, that if you have to maintain so much of data and metadata, you require at least two things to be in place. One, you have to catalog all this data, and data cataloging is a massive exercise. I'm sure Karthik will concur that not every organization has the ability to kind of maintain data catalogs. The second is there is that much of compute resources and power required to be able to maintain that data. So there's a time sink involved in sort of maintaining this sort of data. And is there a sort of a lifetime, or is there a lifetime, or is there a life value put to this data? And then the final concern that came up is that data is generally distributed in nature. And so what non-personal data really tries to do is to sort of centralize this data creation, aggregation. And this is evident in the way that, the NPD itself has been conceptualized, where it completely overlooks the fact that there are communities which have no geographical boundaries. And also there are communities that are transient. There are communities that will form in the time of tsunami in terms of COVID. There'll be that data. And then once the disaster gets over, or once that event gets over, then that community itself may not exist. So then how do you kind of handle this data? So I think these were largely the salient points that came up in our research.
If you don't mind, can I just add a comment in response to? I think Zen, a big plus one to all of the points you've mentioned, I think resonate a lot, whether it's late stage startups or early stage startups, especially around the distractions that it can lead to in terms of, if it becomes mandatory. The only other point I would add, and this is perhaps unique to us in digital payments. See, as companies that are dealing in India in particular, I think a lot of business models, are extremely low margin, wafer thin margins. And in our cases, sometimes, in digital payments, there's this whole zero MDR regime, UPI, right? Now, if economics of our business are artificially suppressed due to laws such as this, data becomes a core part of our IP as much as the tech stacks that we have. And forcing companies to disclose data, even if it's non-personal and anonymized, aggregated, unless it's made voluntary, I think is further kind of putting shackles on a business model that's already artificially suppressed, and starting to force companies to reveal IP as well. Data becomes as much of an IP as tech stacks are. So that's the only other considerations then I would add to kind of the list from a startup / operating perspective.
No, thanks, Karthik. I think that's really, what you said is also the sentiment that many of the engineering leaders and founders have also resonated, which is the fact that, at the end of the day, there is also the fact that this data itself is an asset. And there's just so much of resources that go into gathering this data itself. Leave alone sort of mining it, then making it useful, maintaining it. The fact is that this is not an easy exercise.
Yeah, I'll just come in here as well. So means in addition to being data as an asset, so even if you keep that aside, right, the point that Karthik made but the point that Karthik made about IP is really important in the fact that even that data, the way it's being collected, the way it's being stored, the way it's being surfaced, there's IP involved across the process, right? So even before you sort of use the data to sort of provide solutions to users and grow your business, the entire value chain of the data there is IP involved. So you also need to evaluate that. We are not saying that, okay, it means just because of that data cannot be shared, but we also need to evaluate that what IP has been put into place in the data value chain, and then see whether there is a way to sort of share the data and in what forms. This goes back to, I think, Karthik's earlier point in the flexibility and making it voluntarily and also making it very use case based becomes important, because otherwise mandatory makes it's very arbitrary, and you don't know where and how to sort of actually apply it.
Thanks, Anil. I'll need to bring Sijo in, but because he's been listening in quietly in all this conversation. But before I do that, I was just reminded of something else, something that Zainab talked about, about trusting data trustees, essentially. Let's not forget that at the core of how Cambridge Analytica happened was a fact that a researcher at a university collected all sorts of personal data under contract from Facebook and then sold it to Cambridge Analytica. So,
in fact, I had this question also for Karthik that, we're not
can just hold that for now, Zainab. I need to bring in Sijo's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, Sijo, you should just unmute yourself like how we all done.
So, Sijo, you represent an organization that's been pushing for Atmanirbharta and essentially pushing back against large monopolies in the tech space. Do you think that the availability of data is going to be an incentive for startups, or is it going to be a disincentive? If it's going to be an incentive, what framework should it have? Any thoughts on this? And you've been a founder, so just curious to hear your perspective on this.
Sure. Thanks, Nikhil. So I think at a starting point, right, this from where we all of us are viewing this particular problem, I think there's a far more clearer consensus in terms of how this should be approached as compared to the personal data sort of a space. So here, I think, see, there is a lot of points everybody brought together, which is a plus one, so to speak. And from a principal point of view, right, saying that data is available for startups to build and innovate on, that per se is a very, very good ideal to work towards. Nobody is questioning that, right? But that should not come, and I'll double click on some of the keywords Karthik used, right? I mean, he said that, we have all been beneficiaries of such an open sharing sort of a culture. The whole internet economy thrives on that, right? So there is a sense of responsibility that we should also probably contribute to that whole body of knowledge and help out wherever that's possible. But specifically, if I speak on behalf of, let's say, business, right? And as you rightly said, I've been a startup founder of my own. That is the primary business that most of us are operating in. Aside of the actual challenges of small companies, like Zainab pointed out, right? If you look at a very basic principle also, right? And we are still talking about making it mandatory. Every business has a right to stay in business, right? And the primary responsibility of a business is for creation of IP, right? And in this particular scenario, mandatory data, if it is infringing on their rights to protect the IP, and who is in the best position to actually decide what is best for the business, right? It is the business itself, right? Now, there are reasonable checks and balances you have to use from a society perspective, even before you share data. That comes as the next layer. But for businesses, that right should be sacrosanct. And whatever they are mandated to share should be more by exception and not by default, right? And for better or for worse, any sort of mandating creates large perverse effects in the system, right? And that is where our education system struggles with the attendance being mandatory, right? We have led a huge crusade against that in terms of policy and everything.
I remember this.
Yeah.
While you were in college, when you started up, you ran a campaign for allowing students to start up, right?
So while, however well-intentioned this has been, it only became a tool to harass people who are trying anything in a campus. And all of us have been in college campuses, so we sort of know how it sort of works out. And you sort of create perverse incentives also, right? And how these perverse incentives shape, I think is going to be, we'll have to wait and see. I was just reading today morning saying that during British Raj, since snakes were high, they created incentives for apparently catching snakes. And people apparently started breeding snakes, apparently, right? So what kind of perverse incentives we'll actually create by all these things is very different. And then the moment you make it mandatory, it sort of goes against the ethos of whatever we stand for in terms of startup culture and the whole economy also, right? So to that extent, I think it has to be fairly non-negotiable that sharing should be voluntary, and that's how it's supposed to be. On the question of you asked, Nikhil, in terms of, let's say, big techs and the Atmanirbhar part of it, while the antitrust issues are something that really requires attention, even from an objective of where ADIF is, right? We are still looking at how do we make India the best startup ecosystem in the world, right? And for that to happen, we really need to have very progressive, doing business sort of policies on the ground. Now, from an antitrust perspective also, I think I saw one of the questions, should we not keep bigger companies to a higher standard of accountability in terms of what they do and what they don't? Now, yes, we should, from the perspective of the data sharing practices. If they do share data, are they adhering to norms and everything? But is forcing them to open up their IP and making it available to everyone, which is a competitive advantage. That sort of goes against the established norms of a strong IP regime also. So probably that is not the right way to approach it, would be where I come from. And we all know that we are in very early stages of how we are even beginning to see this develop. I think the root of it is the fact that if I just generally take a starting point, if I take a positive view as to where this conversation is right now, is the fact that data sharing has been happening very rampantly, be it Cambridge Analytica, whatever it may be. And we have seen that. And what Zainab said is also reality, right? Almost every company is just accumulating data on a just-in-case basis, right? Large amount of it is hardly usable. They themselves are not really looking at the data. And they're hoping that at some point, it's going to be useful. In all reality, a lot of it might be junk as well. So we don't know that yet. But even this particular reality, there is a lot of negative energy around, or negative talk around data sharing, data selling. It's still, I think, a lot of general public associate data business with a shady business, right? So having a framework around facilitating data sharing in a slightly low-touch, regulated framework, I think that is a great starting point to sort of move in the direction of making this a very genuine, regulated, trust-based industry. But if I were to, put one thought here, and that's one of the well-intentioned always starting point, always switch to compliance before and we know nobody know where that conversation shifted. Culture is the ultimate driver of behavior, not compliance. And especially when something like sharing data and innovation, everything is concerned, I think culture should be the way we should look at it. It can't be financial incentives. It should be markets that and organize the individuals that drive that particular behavior. And we should also learn and adopt accordingly. And the government, one sentence I would like to lean from what Patnaik said, right? In the instance of we seeing friction between these participants, in the instance of we seeing power being very lopsided, those are instances where maybe as a regulator or something, the government anybody has to step in. Otherwise, the government should take a much more, let's say, hands-off approach and learning sort of an approach. And a lot of it's very, very new and nascent also, right? So I'm sure all of us will be thinking, and I'm sure Karthi would be thinking again and again. We still don't know, even if we share however steps we take, the data that we share, is there ways in which people can still piece together and take back anonymity? What are the privacy concerns? We do safeguards and checks and balances, but we still don't know what are the kind of techniques and tools and practices are out there. There's a report which said that all it required was 4 data points to actually identify users from credit card transaction data. Now, those are the kind of technologies and powers that are available there. So that is where we would leave it with. So as a thought, as a guiding principle, I'll still look at culture should be the way we look at driving this and not compliance.
Well, I think Parminder, who's on the committee, had a comment to do on this. I think calling to some, he used the word landlords when it came to data. But we'll bring Parminder in a little later in the session if he's interested. But Zainab, you had a question for Karthik, I think.
Yeah, the question was really linked to the Cambridge Analytica question that you had raised, which is that, even at Pulse, what are the kind of safeguards that you may have put in place to prevent data thefts? Because we saw the same thing happening in Ola as well. And so therefore, this concern was also expressed by one of the founders when we had organized the NPD week last year, which is that by maintaining this, massive sort of systems for sharing this data, are you actually then incentivizing departments and encouraging the possibility of, people having perverse incentives such as theft?
No, it's a very valid concern. First of all, Sijo, I really like the culture versus compliance framing. I think it's a great way to think about this whole space. So I think, Zainab, it's no mean task, right? And like you rightfully said, before you put out something, and as a larger company, the responsibility we have when we put out data like this, I think is not a mean thing. It's actually something that we have to take very seriously. If you're putting out data as a large platform in the country, you better be 100% sure, both in terms of the veracity of the data and the fact that the data can't be hacked in any way, or there's no security leaks. Right? So it required almost more than a year's worth of investment. So we had everything live in terms of a product, at least a year in advance of the actual launch in September 2021. But that it almost took us a year to ensure the scrubs on privacy, the scrubs on security, the fact that whatever data we're putting out, especially the data API files, are not in any way linkable back to our core systems and causing any kind of leaks. And all the access controls and the whole audit from the source systems right down to the databases, right down to the actual final layers that are powering the website are completely accurate, but also completely access controlled. So the logs in terms of who actually has access to the data and all of that. So that's no mean task. And like you said, for a smaller company, that's a big time sink. For a larger company, before we put out something, we have absolutely a big responsibility to make sure that it's accurate, it can't be tinkered with, there's no leaks and all of that. So it's not a mean task at all. It took a long time just on all of these parts before we could actually launch it. So short answer is it was not a easy task. It took a long time to go live to actually finish clearing all these checks and balances.
Thanks, Karthik. I think that was really helpful.
Adnan has a question saying, what would you say if it was only mandatory to share data that was 3 years old so that it doesn't impact business advantages? This is a bit like holding rights to a patent idea for a limited time, but then it is released to the public. Any thoughts on that? Anyone?
So that's a very interesting discussion to have, right, from a thinking perspective, right? So, and this goes back to the discussion that data is now the IP, right? So if it's the IP, is there going to be a stage beyond which it's available or not? But then even if you take the same framework, right, there is something called as a trade secrets framework, where there is no mandatory need for anybody to disclose that. And those choices are essentially with these companies, right? So unless there is a very specific, I would want to probably use the word very carefully, the public good need, because that is also very broadly defined. Unless there is a very specific need for public good considerations to overpower that, I think that's not a discussion we should really get into. The other question, I mean, we'll finish that, but the other question which here in the chat box that is there, that's interesting, but I'll let you get back to that, Nikhil.
I think Shrija has a question for Karthik in terms of what kind of encouragement do companies need to share data voluntarily? Would it be some sort of incentivization? Separately, are there examples of large companies having higher responsibility to society, like the proposed Digital Markets Act in the EU, where in terms of gatekeeper companies? So shouldn't larger companies be held to a different standard for data sharing than smaller companies? Karthik and Anil, if you can both address that question.
So I'm not in favor of any kind of incentivization. I think it actually, I like, again, the culture versus compliance framing. If it's culture, it shouldn't need any kind of incentive. I think encouragement, even something as simple as just people out in the ecosystem, whether it's policymakers or regulators or even other startup founders or companies, just encouraging it in today's world, putting out things on social media, that itself, I think, is a loose form of encouragement. I think EU and Japan in particular are two regions that have been quite forward in terms of their thinking on enabling or creating this culture of NPD sharing. Not familiar with the latest proposal that's being referred to here, so I can't speak to the latest EU proposal. And I think with regards, so not financial, not anything concrete. I think it's just this celebrating of this kind of culture is what I would say is encouragement. In terms of the question on responsibility, absolutely. I think if you decide to put out data as a large platform, to the question that even Zainab asked earlier, there's got to be a significant amount of rigor that goes into the data scrubbing, privacy, security, all of those aspects before it actually goes out. Because, to sound a bit trite and hackneyed, the Spider-Man adage is true, right? With great power comes great responsibility. So you've got to be able to put out something that is adherent to kind of the responsibilities that a large platform like us has. So there is absolutely a huge data responsibility if you decide to put it out. But again, like has been said quite eloquently before, it shouldn't be mandatory, right? Just because you're large, it doesn't mean you have to put it out.
Anil?
Yeah, I would like to reiterate on the culture point actually. So typically large companies that they get large, it should be inherent in their DNA to sort of, as they're amassing data, to also start seeing in just not in terms of business interest, but also like how, as they're growing their business and operations, how can the data that they accumulate can serve variety of use cases. So it needs to be part of the journey from the start, right? Rather than coming to a point, oh, we are big enough now we should do something. So it should not be if that's the culture, then you're sort of seeing that as a responsibility that you need to take care just because you've become big enough. Okay, so that sort of culture needs to be sort of inherent. And if that's not there, then that's something that definitely needs to be looked into and see how we can sort of make that possible. But it needs to be inherent in the way the company has been sharing data, right? And also the sort of use case, how they've been responding to asks, honestly, right? So have they been collaborating with NGOs, with governments, right? And also contributing to like public good efforts. I think Zena mentioned about crisis situations, about natural disasters, right? That's when are these big companies coming with sort of with the data that they have and proactively trying to help or not. So if that's happening, right, there is, you can say that yes, you can possibly do more as well. But I think that's the critical part. It should not come to the aspect of, hey, you have now become big enough, hence you should do it, where it becomes more like a checkbox thing rather than actually a culture thing that Sijo mentioned.
Zainab, did you identify any instances of entities that wanted that identified perhaps some incentives for data sharing? or did they see data sharing largely from an adversarial sense and saying that someone's coming to take our data? Was there anyone who considered incentives or considered public good situations for data sharing?
So, Nikhil, when we conducted the research, this was when the version 1 of NPD had come out. This is in August 2020. And at that point in time, to be quite frank, many startups were really very worried about the fact of, what they'll be called out to do and how this will impact their businesses. And so really, I mean, at that point in time, there was no afterthought about, this might be a good thing or this might not be a good thing, but there was just this constant sense of vulnerability and insecurity that came in. By the time we concluded the report, NPD v2 had come out, and at that point in time, the major concern that all companies had was about this whole idea of sovereignty, that ultimately the buck stops at sovereignty, and you may be called on to kind of share your data because the national interest is above all. So quite frankly, we did not investigate this question, but during the live discussions that we had last year, a few thoughts that did come up was, yes, it's good to share this data, and maybe it's okay to share this data. Like I think Adnan has been mentioning that, after a certain period has passed, and there's no competitive threat for the organization. The other question that obviously came up, and I'm wondering, Lalitesh should be the one who should be responding to this, is the question of open data versus now this NPD. I mean, everybody has talked about culture versus compliance versus whatever. And the fact is that, the government is the biggest holder of open data. And so why are those data sets not being shared? So I think that's really the moot questions that came up. I don't have a direct answer to your question.
Well, sorry, I had another question in mind, but lost my trail of thought. There's a question from an attendee who's asking about, during your consultations, did any of the startups mention about how their lives would be easier if they were able to freely access data that has been accumulated by Google or Facebook?
No, we didn't have anybody telling us this. On the other hand, if you talk to the FANG companies, which is the Facebook, the Google, the Amazon, Netflix, etc., they see themselves as already sharing and putting out a lot of data. And their concern is that just because NPD is targeted at them, it cannot be a universalizing framework for everybody. In fact, I was just looking at my notes right now, and I think that the biggest the biggest concern that really came out was that you cannot apply a universal framework for all data sets and use cases, and this will backfire because universal standards cannot be created for all scenarios.
That's also a very specific question, by the
way. In what sense?
That particular gentleman was asking a specific question that he or she might be a startup founder who wanted that data. But
yes, but Sridhar, your take on that would how easy is it to use data that has been shared in a particular format? What do you think of these you mentioned about the metadata directories, etc., and how that might reveal strategy as well, right? But what's your take? I mean, as a founder, would you have liked to have had access to this data?
See, there is a behavior part to it, and there is a actual creating value part of it, right? Most founders I know are absolute hoarders of data, right? It's a just-in-case behavior. And so yes, even if they don't have a use case, I see people writing scripts to try and somehow download data from LinkedIn, right? Now, if I just take anecdotal, I don't have research data to support it. The amount of data most young companies actually try to hoard in terms of what they put them to tangible use, the proportion is very low, right? In fact, even straightforward observations are not there. In terms of creating IP, right? You actually need data scientists and actually, huge tools to even create IP on top of that, and even generate any sort of insights out of that. Those are not kind of expertise and, resources that come very easily and freely. One of the good things that has happened is computing power has become a lot more cheaper and accessible via supercomputing APIs, but that still doesn't solve for the expertise. The part I would be most excited by is that, we've had an issue, not only it's, startups, right? We've had an issue where, academic institutions and all, or researchers per se, they were not exactly getting really great quality data. If I take an example of a long time back, they had the most pristine data, so to speak. But currently, a lot of the data is actually sitting with private companies, and real-time data and a lot of capabilities are also there. And we are even seeing scenarios where researchers are having to leave universities and actually go to private companies to be able to work on such data sets, right? And that can actually create a lot of ripple effects in terms of if universities are able to legitimately start accessing data and build on top of that, and they'll have a lot more safeguards than freely accessing, right? And this whole notion of universities and startups collaborating in terms of building more IP on top of that, I think those kinds of ripple effects will be something that could be a positive outcome of this. It's not going to happen automatically. We'll still need champions. We'll still need leaders to actually make it happen. I would think that is a far more great method to do that, because no matter the amount of data that you have, now even if I take an example of Google, again I've read and heard from people, it's not just that Sergey and Larry were great. They also had access to a phenomenal set of researchers and professors in Stanford. Rajiv Motwani was their mentor, and right. That is what made it possible for them to unlock more and more value on top of that. So exuberance, enthusiasm, kept aside, you really need genuine capabilities to take advantage of this particular data. And that doesn't happen just by opening up data, making it accessible. So if I take a very simple anecdotal example.
Right, Chijo, if I may, that's one part of the mix, right? You need the capability and the advice, but you also perhaps might need the data.
You need the data. So there's no denying that you need the data. So in that such a scenario, so mandating data is the part where we disagree. So currently, if I take an alternate approach again, right, even if someone asks for data and I'm okay to share, in the absence of a framework, it becomes very tricky for me to share also. So if I take my own Startup Village hat or a Mobby hat, there were a lot of things we were open and comfortable sharing, right? But in the absence of a framework, it doesn't matter. So while Karthik might be absolutely well-intentioned in terms of the data that is put out, for all you know, he could see a PR nightmare sometime down the line, in spite of the checks and balance that is taken, should something go wrong, right? So a framework will enable that sharing, but should it mandate that sharing? Probably not. That is where that comes from. So even from this particular big company debate also, right? It's again the economics question. It's easier to think tax the rich, or it's easier to think those guys are big. But from a standpoint of, even if you look at IP being created around data, so one is a part that you need metadata, directories, and technical capability. Deciding what metadata to create is where IP is also there, right? So that is where a lot of thinking is going in. And the second part is much more easier, even while that still requires technical expertise in terms of writing algorithms or not, right? Deciding what data sets to create, deciding what metadata to create is where a lot of IP is there, right? And if you take away that incentive, unless you create, you can't distribute, right? Policy should enable creation of IP. And when sufficient creation of IP is happening, you will see distribution also happening, and companies will share, or we can encourage to share, you can reach out, right? So that is the way we should view it, would be, my way to look at it. Different people take different responses. To answer Zainab said that 12-person team, the amount of effort will go into all this very high. Back in Startup Village, I took the opposite approach, right? We were working with a lot of startups. I said that I don't want a lot of your data, because I only had a 6-person, 7-person team, right? The risks of that is very high. I don't have the ability to completely protect the data. So I went the other way around and said that just give me those data, which is actually you can comfortably putting in public domain. There, the risk angle was also playing on my mind a lot more. So for the good actors, a good framework is also protection. What is my limit of liability and stuff like that. But in the absence of a framework, good actors will struggle to come inside. But it's a free market for bad actors. At the same time, even if you're a good actor, the probability of you being perceived or seen as a bad actor is also very high. There's a question that we should need a framework around it. I think the only clear thing is it's not mandate sharing data, because that is IP, that is your proprietary private information, and that infringes upon the rights of businesses as given by the constitution of the law of the land. Similar to what rights cannot be infringed of citizens. So that right, we need to make sure we're balanced. Anything that is infringing on the rights, yes, we need regulation, we need compliance. But as long as you're not infringing on the rights, you should look at policy as an instrument to, let's say, give a directive action, right? And as so Swachhata Bharat mission, everything, Prime Minister is actually giving a cultural change. It's an incentive action. And the keyword I would want to double click on what Karthik said is celebrating, right? I think there is a no stronger incentive for people to emulate behavior than it's being celebrating in our own communities and in our own peers. That is the biggest motivator. And such kind of culture should be there. The risk of quickly talking about regulation or anything is that you'll find that next year you would want to see it in your annual report being furnished. Then it becomes an exercise altogether, right? Then you take the fun out of it. You actually make it sure. And that's the part where we should stay clear of, is the only thing. I don't think anybody is disagreeing the fact that data sharing will trigger innovation, will trigger...
Excuse me.
Yeah, but it should happen on a very graded, voluntary and a case-to-case manner, and we can learn from that.
So just from an IP perspective, this is a question for everyone, and then I'll bring in Parminder for his comments and questions. One of the things that the Chris Gopalakrishnan committee report in the version that we have available talks about the fact that raw data should be shared for free since there is no value addition there. Any thoughts on that? Starting with you, Karthik.
Again, I'm opposed to anything that says should be shared. So I think the mandatory part we've already covered. I think the raw data part, again, I think some of the points that Sijo and others have said, data for the sake of data sharing without enough context, I think isn't very helpful either. I think there is need for curation and commentary. I mean, even simple things like an active user, for example, just varies. The definition varies across companies, what an active user is. And, sharing data, I think freely or mandatory we've already covered, but sharing data without context from multiple sources, I think actually leads to more confusion than clarity. So yeah, largely, I think not really aligned on that particular piece.
Yeah, Anil, sharing raw data?
Yeah, it is actually, if you say free raw data, it's a very generic statement. So the entire use case, the context, the background, all of that is lacking. That's first. Okay. And now when you say raw data, how you define raw data differs based on companies, based on context, based on use cases, right?
Perhaps data that is just like the way it is collected, anonymized, not processed in terms of aggregated, but just every instance of an interaction, perhaps that's raw data, right?
Yeah, but then also it can differ, Nikhil, right? So if the process includes anonymization and aggregation in the same step, right? So if you're going back and saying that, hey, go back to algorithms and sort of break it apart and sort of put a stop here, and then this becomes a raw data, right? So there is a lot of subjectivity involved in how you sort of defining, and there can't be, I think, and go back to something that was mentioned earlier, there can't be a universal definition of raw data that cuts across all types of non-personal data here. So it needs, and I'll also build on what Sijo was mentioning in terms of collaborative approach. Right? So again, any company, big or small, can't, if the company itself is deciding, okay, this is the data I'll be sharing and this is how it will be used, then it's not going to be effective. Okay.
The recording has stopped.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I think it just said recording has stopped. But in terms of actually sort of working with, let's say, researchers or universities or the government on the objective that you're planning to serve, and then
this meeting is being recorded.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on over here. Sorry about that.
There's a bit of humor in this also about privacy and I'll leave that for a different time.
Yeah. So
it is raw data.
Yeah, raw data is private data. But jokes apart, so it depends on when you need to be collaborating with the concerned organizations. It could be a variety of them, and then you basically decide what's the data that's needed to solve that purpose. Okay, and then you work together to make it available. I'll just take an example. I mentioned Google Earth data sets that we have been sharing for 10 plus years, right? All the data sets, the 700 plus data sets that we have that are freely available, have actually been built in a totally collaborative model, right? We have been working with NGOs and researchers all through, right? We are finding new use cases, and then we are working with them, okay, and testing those out before we release it in the public domain. So it needs to sort of follow that approach, right? It might come down to, as Nikhil, you are mentioning that, okay, no, in this use case, this is raw data and needs to be shared. So that needs to be evaluated whether it's possible, and the IP part also comes in there. So all of those considerations need to come in before you can come up with a very generic statement that raw data should be freely available for everyone.
Zainab?
Yeah, Yeah, I think if asked personally, I would go back to the statement I made, which is data as a liability. So just saying that, share our data in whatever form, it's a question of, has the government thought about security? Has it thought about the fact that that data can eventually actually go in contradiction to the data protection, which is personally identifying individuals and communities, and then the larger social harms that can be generated through it, including faking high value data sets, as well as even orchestrating elections.
Yeah, I would go back to Bruce Nayer's comment saying that data is a toxic asset. Sijo, raw data.
So here, I would also take objection to the usage should be free. The purpose of this whole regime, I mean, in terms of NPD and facilitate data, is to actually enable collaboration, right? And if you remove choices in terms of what kind of agreements you have, if it has to be free, if it should be free, you sort of take away the choice. It's actually a coercion, so to speak, right? Now, it's good that if the wordings had been, hey, you're also allowed to give data for free as well, right? So it's like contracts, right? In some financial contracts, you're not allowed to not keep an interest rate, right? Sometimes you do a point, not one, right? So from that standpoint, hey, companies who want to are also allowed to use free, but they are free to get into whatever contracts they want to get into. Because as we're also saying, right, we don't know what this data could be useful at a lot point in time. And as with anything, the devil is in the assumptions, right? Here, the two sentences that you used, right? The first sentence says that this data has no economic value, which is not proven yet. And that is where the confusion lies. We still don't know what could come out in the future. I'm willing to get into the partnership. It could be an equity-based partnership. It could be different kind of partnerships, right? And you can't take that agency out from these private market players as well. There should be enabling frameworks. So currently, if I just take an example, right, free is for some reason has a very captivating value from a policy-making perspective. I've seen this coming up again and again. Free doesn't necessarily mean good quality services, but there's a flip side also. Now, even if you're giving it for free, I've seen this personally in our experience as well. You might have an effect where people in the community come back and they have some other perverse incentive. That's why they decided to give it for free in the first place. You don't have to really do it for the right reasons, right? And sometimes even if something goes wrong, let's say a police officer or someone gets involved or a public official gets involved, who are you to someone to give it free? All these conversations will get into, right? So those should be choices that people have in terms of whether they want to give it for free. And here, the moment you have should, we have a problem. So if it should not be mandated, you can't assume that there is no value. There may not be value, and they'll decide and come to that agreement accordingly, these two participants. We should not mandate. It should be a free transaction also, is where I would leave it with.
Thanks, Sijo. I'd like to bring in Parminder. We're a little short on time for this session now, but Parminder, you had a point that you left in chat. Do you want to elaborate on it? You asked about any resource sharing law, which is about voluntary sharing? Parminder?
We can't hear him, right?
No, doesn't look like it. We can't hear you, Parminder.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. So thank you for calling me in. I wouldn't go and weigh on either side of the debate, but I just want to say what this debate is supposed to be. Everybody accepts that data is the most important resource of the present ages. Consensus on it. Every epoch, whether it's industrial era, feudal era, or digital era, always had a governance regime around its central resource, whether it was land, whether intellectual property, industrial capital, or now is data. There also should be no doubts about it. Now comes to the point, what kind of economic governance and distributive framework around it should exist? At this point, we should recognize that that's what we are discussing about. In no world there is a voluntary sharing. Neither there was a voluntary sharing of land ceiling when the land ceiling came in, and most of India's industrial development happened because there was land ceiling and whatever happened. When intellectual property law came, it was decided by the society that certain kind of knowledge has to be open access, and therefore it was kept open access. There was mandatory licensing, compulsory licensing. They were not asking anybody whether Big Pharma wants it. No Big Pharma wanted. So let's be at least serious about what we are discussing. These are resource sharing frameworks. And somebody said there is coercion, culture. Can you quote one law? Law by political definition is coercion. So let's be a little serious about the political debate we are having. Other than the technical elements of ease, difficulty, etc., is my only point. Law by definition is coercion, one. And a resource sharing framework is discussed by the society. And you have a complete right to say that, no, this resource should not be shared for X reason. I don't have a problem. But to bring this voluntary sharing, etc., confuses and obfuscates things. There's no voluntary sharing of the most valuable resource of the society ever when it was land, whether it was IP or data. So I just want to get to share only one point I make more. Please also read the NPD report. It is like the Digital Markets Act, very big data collectors only are obliged to share. So a lot of people, Zainab saying and others saying, small startups are confused, 12 people startups are confused, when it is not written in the report that less than the very big ones, like the Digital Markets Act. Why don't you criticize EU's Digital Markets Act? It clearly says big ones will have to share, and it is a mandatory sharing thing also. So these were the points. And last thing is, people clearly say data is IP. Rahul Matan and myself both made detailed notes on what data is. So just don't take things which are not true. Data by law is not intellectual property. EU made a special data directive for some time, which also did not work as intellectual property. So just don't take some suppositions, because here largely the landlords of data are sitting, and that's a problem. You can't have a data distribution discussion just by having those people who have a control of data. Get more public interest people in who will talk why fair distribution of data's value in the society is needed. And I stop here. I'm very sorry. I think I took more time than.
No, Bhavendra, thank you. I mean, look, your views are valuable. You're on the committee, and you're essentially giving us an insight into how the committee is thinking. I was wondering if anyone wanted to respond to this in terms of data as property, and that in public interest, that property should be accessible in some cases, and it's happened in the past where land access has been made available. Any thoughts on this? From any of the speakers? Zainab, any thoughts on this, Sijo?
Yeah, I was looking at, I've been looking at these comments about land and data, and I think it's really unfair to compare the two assets because one is that land is fixed in ground. Data is not a fixed asset. I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about when we said that there's a concern that NPD comes with this assumption that data is fixed in time, it's fixed in place, and that's really not the case because communities are not fixed in time and place. So one is that land is a fixed asset, data is something that's moldable, acquires value. Even land by itself acquires value over a period of time by circulation. And so what all regulations have done in the past is also to kind of fix this idea of land into ground. We're doing the same thing with data right now. And I don't think that that necessarily fuels innovation. Neither does it create marketplaces, or it creates marketplaces which are monopolistic.
So I could just add a couple of thoughts. So I hail from Kerala. So by heart, I'm also a communist. So the Land Ceiling Act and everything is something that we've grown up with. And I do attach a lot of value to what that has done to Kerala and everything, right? Now, I also don't disagree with the statement that law is by itself coercion, right? But here the challenge is that on one end, we are saying we want to have an innovation economy, right? And you want to have collaboration and stuff like that. I have not seen instances where we have achieved innovative open societies through coercion, where there is a genuine rights infringement, right? Be in the Land Reorganization Act, for instance, if there is a huge inequality in society where government has, or anybody has to step in, where is a right for infringement, then that situation, applies. But here, I still don't think from a data standpoint, we have gotten to that sort of a reality at this point in time. And within the purview of what can be classified as a public asset or a public good, within that framework, if it is data needs to be opened up, absolutely yes. I don't think anybody is going to, challenge that also, right? If that is a legal framework for that. But a sweeping, mandatory, everything could be open, everything needs to be open, is not probably some of the, as I said, even take the same rights approach also, right? That's not the rights approach to even, support businesses as well. And that is a balance, at least we were talking about in this particular debate. And if it's a a social issue where it's actually rights is actually getting completely infringed upon, that's a call for parliamentarians and legislators to make, and for as businesses and citizens for us to comply as well.
Well, data is also fungible. Land is not. But that's besides the point.
Land is limited, so that's also there.
Land is also limited. Karthik?
Yeah, I think I won't repeat some of the points that Sijo and Zainab mentioned. I think there's also a lot of negative ramifications of sharing data openly in terms of socio-political issues. I don't want to get into that either. I think there's enough examples of that. I think to Parminder's point, if his question is, should there be a data sharing framework that is defined centrally and there's various institutions, I think the only ask here would be, we would like to work with policymakers in a very inclusive and transparent process to address the needs, the various issues that have been brought up, the various use cases, so that companies can be encouraged to give back and foster innovation. I think this notion of having an inclusive and transparent process in developing some framework like this, I think would actually satisfy some of the concerns that have been raised, versus it being done in a very sweeping kind of outside-in manner. And I think that can hopefully balance the needs of, let's say, encouragement of data to give back versus all the negative ramifications also that we've just discussed. So I think if there's an inclusive and transparent process in which we all as ecosystem participants can work with policymakers to develop a framework, whether it's a law or not, I think that's up for debate. But I think it's this notion of having an inclusivity and transparency into that process would make it much more powerful.
Would you have been as open about releasing data that you did under Pulse if it had been under a mandate, or if there was, if it was being used to justify mandatory sharing of data?
No, probably not, right? I think if I talked about the genesis of Pulse, it came from two angles. One is we can and we should, right? It largely boiled down to those two. The we can came to just the fact that the data that we have is representative of the country in many ways, given the scale. But I think the we should was a larger driver, which was the culture aspect, which is the responsibility. Having gained from an open ecosystem like UPI, I think we felt that responsibility to give back. And I think we would feel much better from that emotion aspect versus it being coerced out of us. And I think that's where there are enough examples, present company included, of large companies voluntarily doing it. So I disagree with Parminder in that no large company is never going to do it, right? I think there's enough examples of companies doing it today.
Anil?
Yeah, I'll go back to the point about use cases, right? And what are we trying to solve for, right? So there are different types of non-personal data in different use cases, different companies and all. So having a standard agreement that as a standard guideline that, okay, data needs to be free and needs to be open. And because that's a core asset in today's world. I think it's looking at it being too generic about it. So, and in terms of actually applications of this data, what we have seen is that it has only been effective when you have taken a collaborative approach. So it's basically you sort of partner with governments or researchers or universities, and you sort of drive towards a common goal and make it happen. Okay. So, and that also goes back to, I think, Karthik's point also, that not only in terms of sharing the data, but also in terms of defining the framework, there needs to be an inclusive and sort of more collaborative approach to come up with a framework and also apply the framework on a use case basis, right? Rather than, because honestly, as data, as others mentioned, data is fungible, data is evolving, it's not a fixed asset. It acquires value. A lot of data at the start is actually not valuable, right? It acquires value. So as it does, you need to sort of apply the framework on a use case basis, and then sort of see how the data should be shared. And if it's not being shared, I think this goes back to the culture point again, right? Where you see that repeatedly there are, let's say, industries or companies which are not sharing data, but they can, right? Then it needs to be introspect. There needs to be more work done there to make it happen, right? But assuming that there is no data being shared right now, and whereas I think is a more generic statement that doesn't apply to how companies have been operating till now.
Thanks, Anil. I don't think this is the end of the debate yet, because we're still waiting for Parminder and gang to release the report. And I'm sure there'll be opportunities for more conversations. But Thank you all, Zainab, Karthik, Sijo, Anil, for your comments. We'll move on to the next session, which is going to talk about the NPD framework from a privacy perspective. I'd like to invite Smriti Pashira, who's essentially chairing the session. Smriti?
Thanks, Nikhil, and hi, everyone. I think everyone on our panel is here. I would request the panelists for the next session to please turn on their videos. So I caught the last part of that session, and I want to start by, jumping on with that by saying that clearly we are in very contentious territory with, the whole non-personal data debate, both in terms of questions. So unlike the personal data debate where, I think there's broad consensus about the need for regulation, there's of course disagreement amongst, different stakeholders on exactly what that should look like. But the fact that, we need personal data protection is kind of a given, and we all take that for a given. But that's not the case in non-personal data. And, all the stakeholders are coming in depending on whether they are a big company or whether they're a startup, which part of the civil society ecosystem they come from. Everybody has, fairly divided and strong views on this issue of non-personal data. So what I thought we'll do in the, next hour and a half that we have for this session is, one, begin by just unpacking, first, of course, I'll introduce the panel that we have gathered here to talk about these issues, but we'll unpack where we are coming from, because I think it's important to, just set that context. Our viewpoints are obviously informed by the organizations we are from, the kind of work we've done, and why we think privacy therefore becomes an issue to talk about in the non-personal data context, and then go into one, the substantive issues of the intersection between privacy and non-personal data. So, the use of anonymization as a tool, and whether it's being seen as a silver bullet, and what that means for, now it's personal and now it's not personal, and whether that it's really so easy to switch on and off that switch. And then, of course, the bigger issue of how that connects in from an implementation point of view, if you really have, two separate regulators looking at this, as the NPD report envisages, then, does that even further complicate what is already a slightly complicated definitional and technical issue into an, complicated implementation issue? So to do all of that, we have 4 panelists with us today. I think, yes, we are all here. So maybe I'm going to just start by, requesting each of the panelists to introduce themselves and just tell us in the next 2-3 minutes about where you're coming from, where you work, of course, where you're coming from on the NPD issue more specifically. And do you believe, there is a need and a time to have this conversation, and the need to start opening up NPD in the way that the report is talking about, and then we'll get deeper into the privacy issue. So I'll go in the order in which I see you in my screen. So Anand, with you first.
Hey Anand, this is Anand. I mostly work on privacy research and cybersecurity consultancy. I did most of the initial legwork on the NPD report, and also work as an editor and the privacy mode. So most of my concerns on NPD was around the practice problems that we found out in just the PDP, like figuring out what is the privacy implication, how to do data categorization, data governance, and all the issues that we normally see on just privacy on normal data. So those concerns actually flow to the non-personal data part also. The other angle that I have here is I track dark data trade markets. So in general, I precisely understand how data is being sold and bought all around personal data. So there are quite a bit of interesting market aspects that are applicable or not applicable when we talk about non-NPD as a market mechanism. So that is another angle I want to bring up. Thanks.
Thank you. Amlan, over to you next.
Yeah, thanks, Riti. Hi, everyone. It's good to be here finally at one of these MediaNama sessions, speaking for a change. And I mean, just to quickly introduce myself. So I'm on the public policy team at Google, and I manage our privacy and data governance issues on the team. And in terms of where I'm coming from, look, I think, listening to the previous session, it was really interesting, I think, to look at how people approach this issue of regulation of non-personal data. I think there are larger social and economic goals that are clearly being articulated by policymakers. And I think, from Google's perspective, these are obviously objectives that we stand behind, whether it's, increasing generating economic value, promoting social goals, providing insights that can help policymakers So I think those objectives are something that we're all aligned with. I think where I'm coming from and what I'll like to talk to you a little bit about today is why I think regulation of non-personal data is premature. I think there are a couple of reasons for that, but I mean, quite fundamentally, I think some of the governing principles at this point in time are not clear. I think there is a global debate about some of these issues, for example, around data ownership, both at an individual level, at a collective level. I think we need to have a more detailed understanding, just the concluding remarks about how, data is fungible, it's transferable, it's infinite. I think all of those speak to some of the need for a larger debate on questions of, data ownership. And then even really looking at Indian legal jurisprudence around issues of, for example, privacy harm, whether there is a possibility for collective privacy harm, what is the kind of duty of care owed in the context of aggregated anonymized data sets. Clearly the Supreme Court didn't have to deal with some of these questions, even in the Puddaswamy judgment. So we really need to think about evolving that jurisprudence. And I think even globally, I know obviously there has been some advancement in these conversations, including in the EU with the Data Governance Act and the Digital Markets Act. But even they are looking at larger consultations and stakeholder consultations, several of which Google's a part of. So I think really something what I'd want to focus on is getting the governing principles right before we start thinking about regulation. The second thing I'd talk to you a little bit about is the need for impact assessments. I think just trying to really evaluate what are the potential privacy risks, really trying to understand what are the existing data sharing practices, what's the evidence of privacy harm, what's the evidence of market failure if it's coming from a competition or antitrust perspective, and then maybe really talking a little bit about the interplay between personal data and non-personal data and the privacy in the data protection bill that's being proposed, right? Because I think the fact that we only have one enabling provision in the law, besides a side reference to data breaches, despite a multi-year consultation process, despite an expert committee being set up, a JPC having interviewed hundreds of people, I think really speaks to the point that there's more consultations required. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Amlan. And then, that just reminds me of the news article that came up yesterday. I don't know, how true it is, but the, the report suggested that there is now thinking about reworking the whole PDP bill and thinking about probably combining NPD and PDP. I don't know if that's the direction, but that does kind of make a bit of a mockery of what we've all been doing for, the past 4-5 years by engaging in all of these consultation processes. But with that, over to you, Amol, for your introductory comments.
Thank you so much, Smriti, and it's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay, great. So I represent CUTS International. CUTS International is Consumer Unity Trust Society. We work with consumers for consumers across sectors, including data and digital economy. Over the years, we have done a lot of work to understand consumer perspectives, challenges, concerns, and where do they see themselves in the evolving digital economy. So in terms of personal data, and with the introduction of NPD committee of experts report, the both versions of the report, we deep dived into both the versions, and we released 2 reports into examining the rationale behind the report and also approaches and governance frameworks. We also compared the approaches and the suggestions of the committee with what are the evolving approaches, both regulatory, non-regulatory, voluntary in across jurisdictions, and we also try to sort of think about what fits where in India, or given the political economy and sort of evolving jurisprudence. In terms of privacy versus non-personal data, I think we are in addition to just thinking about privacy, we are also thinking about harms, which is much broader than just re-identification and then privacy-related harms. But what could be the additional challenges which consumers and citizens in general have to deal with when it comes to NPD, PD, and interaction between both of them? We're also looking at how do different government departments and regulators interact with each other, are likely to interact with each other when if and when there is a single law which talks about both personal data and non-personal data. And last but not the least, we are also looking at it from a competition market perspective, and how a debate on NPD and PDP should be framed to enable innovation and competition in the market for greater public good, not necessarily linking to the public good, which is left undefined in the committee of experts report. I'll just stop it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Amol. And not the least, Digvijay, over to you for your introductory remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. So I'm working as a policy researcher at CIS, and one of my areas of interest is the governance of data governance. And recently, with the JPC's reports, inclusion of NPD in the data protection bill, we have been prompted to think about whether and why is the government seeking to regulate NPD, whether it should be a focus area and a concern area where the government should devote its efforts and time, considering especially that we do not have a personal data protection law in place yet, and also the privacy risks involved in governance of non-personal data. Apart from that, even if the government seeks to go through with the proposing an NPD governance framework in place, what could that regulatory framework look like? The short answer to that question, in my opinion, is that the government should right now, at least at this moment, not focus on non-personal data governance framework, at least before we have a personal data framework in place. So that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for those introductions. And we're going to jump with, what I was saying in the first segment. I thought we could talk a little bit more deeply about the substantive issues of, whether it's on a regulatory or a technical side or, definitional aspects around personal and non-personal data. And a lot of what, some of the, you mentioned in your opening remarks do point to these challenges, right? So whether it's this question of the fact that the personal data bill is all about personally identifiable information and therefore, links to individuals and individual rights. And the non-personal report is really trying to come from a place where it's trying to protect community rights. But when it comes to questions of privacy, of course, the fallback is that you go back to the PDP bill and the protections there, right? So in terms of the larger debate about, the group as a, unit of a privacy protection, is that something which is even being considered in either the personal data or the non-personal data? Because the non-personal data bill says, report says it's about protecting the community, but the privacy rights are then again, linked only to personally identifiable information, which goes back to individuals. So, that's one broader thing of whether there is a scope mismatch in terms of what you need as a holistic data governance law, and whether just focusing too much on this distinction of private data versus not private data, leaves a gray area of data protection, not in the, privacy protection, but more broadly data protection sense. But, I'll welcome all of you to comment on that in your in the next round. But I thought I'll start by targeting a few questions depending on, what you said in your introductory remarks and your area of work. So maybe let me start with you, Digvijay, because you talked about how, this is premature and this may not be where the government should dedicate its efforts. So let me start by asking you, what do you think are, the risks of why you're saying that? And in specifically, what are the kind of privacy risks that you see being associated with, NPD? Is there a way to categorize or classify these risks?
Right. So broadly, I think there are two types of risks that we can identify regarding the processing of non-personal data. The first is the re-identification risk that arises. So our data protection laws, the legal definitions, the underlying assumption and the rationale of their functioning is that they consider the nature of data to be stable. However, in reality, that's the nature of data is more volatile, and therefore segregating data on the basis of these definitions is extremely difficult, especially considering the processing power of big data machine learning, and how big data upsets such regulatory mechanisms. And the second, I think the the second risk that can be associated, privacy risk that arises from NPD processing, is the group privacy risk, or the collective harm risk. So, but if you see our data protection laws, the only, I think, I would say the bright line of the NPD expert committee report was its recognition of group privacy as a concept. And but even then, and then it went to, propose some methods, stewardship methods, and how group privacy can be achieved. But so these are, I think, two main areas, privacy risks that are involved in these in processing of non-personal data. And in practical applications, the harms that arise from processing of non-personal data are much more further away from individualistic harm. There are more concerned to collective harm, such as profiling and analysis, bulk analysis of communication, interception, mass surveillance. These are just few examples of where and how group privacy, individualistic harms do not even come into play. So that's why. So that's one. That is regarding the risks that are involved. The second is whether or not non-personal data should be an objective of the government. I think that the objective of the government, when they say that it is to afford privacy protection to non-personal data, if you look at so, and that objective is achieved through laying down methods and standards of re-identification, because re-identification remains a privacy risk. But the PDP bill, if you see, the PDP bill only mentions and regulates re-identification of de-identified data. It doesn't regulate re-identification of anonymized data. And that is something which I think I miss when the government says that they have included non-personal data to afford it privacy protection, but they leave re-identification of anonymized data, which is I think a much graver concern. Apart from that, all other concerns arising from the processing of non-personal data, the objectives, whether there are competition objectives, can be sufficiently dealt with the Competition Commission of India. And so, yeah, that's it. I think the Personal Data Protection Bill sufficiently accept the part of regulating re-identification of anonymized data. There are sufficient protections already in place in the Personal Data Protection Bill.
Thank you. Anand, let me come to you with that, with so much riding in the anonymization basket in terms of just, segregating regulatory responsibilities, figuring out harms, etc. Walk us through a little bit more on the technical side, because we know from the literature, we know from examples that, there is no such thing as perfect anonymization, but walk us through, what are the kind of risks, taking that risk conversation forward of re-identification coming from anonymization. And it would also be great, because you mentioned in your, opening remarks, how you're tracking some of these, dark markets. So if there are any examples involving non-personal data and its re-identification, it would be great to hear of that too.
See, primarily anonymization as a technical construct has failed. I mean, and particularly, this is not something new when people think about it. The primary reason is free flow of data everywhere. So if you take an example of how de-anonymization we have defeated, at least the dark side market you see is, they get data about they get data about a single person, or not really a single person. They get data from 3 or 4 or 5 different sources. And I'll give an example. They will get data from clubs, then they will get data from gyms, and they will get data from the league bank, payment companies, and so on and so on and so on. And so what you get is everyone has a very different anonymization standard, and everyone has a very different way of doing it. Okay, you can't go and enforce a standard on every piece of data by saying that this is how you have to anonymize. Okay, some people may match the last four names, some people may say AXXX, PX. I mean, just look at your mutual fund transactions that you come. You would find that everyone has a very different anonymization standard. I mean, this is supposed to be a very regulated entity, you know, mutual funds, NSEs, and all that kind of stuff. You will see that most of them and almost most of them don't follow anything that is close to standard. Now, what you do very simply as a dark trade aggregator is that even if you don't have direct access to it, you can buy primary and tertiary data. So the way in which they work is sometimes they buy data directly from one primary place, and then they make a data which is anonymized in some other place and try to link it using identifiers. At the end of it, de-anonymization is simply about solving what is it? Mathematically speaking, it is simply about solving linear equations of n variables. Like the one that we were taught about, x plus y then is equal to 3, 2x plus 3y is equal to 6, figure out what is x and what is y, right? So the way in which they solve that is think of this x and y, but not like 2 parameters, but like 25 parameters or 30 parameters. And here x and y are not like probabilistic or not standard equations, but probabilistic information. And then you course them together and then piece them together. And that is exactly how they do it. Now, there are direct leaks. And then there are anonymized data that they obtain via data APIs using, which is anonymized. And that is how the mapping and mixing works. And I'll give a very interesting example that we came across, not on the academic side, but on the real world. There is actually an AI model that someone has developed using credit card data, okay, which is about name, age, credit card, some payment information, and so on and so on. The model basically is supposed to predict that if I give some money to this person, will the person will repay with what probability? Someone was able to extract. I mean, it is a model, right? It has no data, right? It's an AI model. Someone published that model, and academics basically looked at that model and were able to extract the credit card data, except the last 4 digit, to a large extent, by reverse engineering the model. I mean, this is kind of unheard of. Like, you're talking about a model from which PII is extracted. Where is anonymization in this world? So the way in which you have to think about this is when data was a limited commodity and not everywhere is available, anonymization generally worked. Okay, when data is not a limited commodity and data is free flowing everywhere, it just makes it very easy for you to develop a de-anonymization solution, no matter what other people are using. The only problem here is what is the probability in which you say this person is identified, this person is not identified. That probability has become much higher. And this is another example for it. I'll give you another example of where non-personal and personal interacts. Now, let us say there is a company which basically comes and says health data, right? I mean, it is basically dealing with health data. And it's going to come back and tell you that in pin code number this, we found 5,000 males who have this particular problem and 4,000 females which have this particular issue. I mean, would you call it non-personal? Probably looks yes. And then you go back and leak a single piece of data somewhere else, which says that I live in pin code number 43, that pin code, and I'm a male and I'm like 45 years old. What is the probability that you are one of those people who have the disease? Now you look at an insurance guy and you say that, hey, hang on, this is privacy harm, no? You're not supposed to know this, right? And there are two kinds of privacy harms here. One is, A, he correctly identified you. B, he incorrectly identified you. In both cases, you're screwed. So this is the privacy harm that people don't understand, in the sense that privacy harm is just not about correctly de-anonymizing. It is also about incorrectly de-anonymizing. And that is a problem that most people don't seem to understand it. And you can argue the other problem that we typically see on the field is, even in the privacy practice, is classification. So historically, if you look at classification, when you're doing a data audit exercise for GDPR, CCPA and all, you're supposed to look at the entire organization and categorize and say that what is the data that organization collect? We call it data enumeration. You should know all the data that you have, no? Otherwise, how can you protect it? Then you have to figure out data flow, which is how is the data flowing across different parts of the organization. Some organizations share data to outside vendors to do it, like an email provider or the MailChimp provider kind of thing, then SMS providers. And then you're supposed to do a classification saying that which part of the data is supposed to be under PII, which is not PII, etc. And you're supposed to do access control, like maybe de-anonymize, maybe mask, maybe do encryption, maybe do something overall and all that. So all this requires is a very, this is called data cataloging exercise, data lineage exercise and all. It's exceptionally difficult. Believe me when I tell you this. I remember in one of the talks that I had curated in HasGeek about LinkedIn, it is a public talk, you can go watch it. They basically said it took them 3 years, $18 million of expense, whole bunch of infrastructure expense, 40-member engineering team in order to actually build it to have a data catalog. It is that hard, okay? On top of that, now you're coming and asking, so this is just pure PII, right? Just for categorizing PII, and even then you're not confident. They're coming and saying, hang on, is this piece of data PII or not? I mean, the answer is, it depends, because there is something called as a cluster effect. So you go back and think about that. Is Anand, is name PII? Common sense says no. But if you cluster it with the fact that I visited a hospital and the hospital is a sex clinic, is it personally identifiable? It's a privacy harm? The answer is yes. So the clustering effects makes it a lot more harder. Now on top of that, if you come back and tell that, so they basically try to do a lot of AML. I mean, so if you look at again, this idea that Zana was talking about, that data is either PII or non-PII, I mean, that is completely invalid in practice. It is a spectrum from 0.0 to 1.0 with in terms of like what's the harm that it could create, and it is exceptionally based on context. So people are basically abandoned static frameworks, and then even our prescription is try to do AML around it and then try to reorient it towards the person, not you. And on top of that, if you're trying to overlay NPD, if from a pure practice point of view, it is head scratching. Now, what do I do with it? And that is where most of the problems are coming.
Thank you. That was really useful, and puts a lot of, because everyone says anonymization will not work, but you really went in depth and explained what kind of barriers are practically being seen in that process. So with that, I'm going to come, and I do have some follow-up questions, but I'm going to come after finishing one round with everyone. Amol, I'm going to come to you, because I know you at Cuts have been doing so much work around thinking about all of the data governance model from a consumer-centric perspective. So taking on that lens, right, what do you think are a consumer's expectation of privacy when it comes to non-personal data? Does one even expect that privacy will be maintained? Firstly, does one understand what could possibly happen out of this data? What are the further uses that can happen? What does it mean to anonymize this data? And the fact that in the privacy world we rely so much on notice and consent, and here the committee is talking about an opt-out mechanism for choosing what to do with anonymization. So just walk us through your thoughts on a consumer centric view on the NPD report, and if you can, even on the questions around harm and redress for that harm, whether there's sufficient ground there. If I face a privacy breach, I feel that as an individual, going to a trustee and seeking redress, are there too many hoops, or is that well thought out?
Sure. Thanks, Smriti. I think those are too many questions, but I'll try and answer some of them. So let's just start with the consumer perspectives in terms of PD, personal data. So there is a lot of literature, and you guys and other organizations, including Cuts, have also done a lot of work around, depending on how you are formulating the question, there is, to the consumers, there is a genuine sort of expectation of privacy, and more importantly, there is expectation that no harm will occur to them as a result of data collection and or processing and or misuse. So that is there. Second part is also that there is a very limited sort of proportion of consumers who understand and or read terms and conditions, privacy notices, because of 3 L's, which is length, legalese, and language, I think. And so there is that second finding which is there. But when we come to the non-personal data sort of ecosystem, it all goes sort of haywire, because I just said that still we are trying to figure out non-personal data about whom. So while we are discussing about collective privacy and group privacy, whether or not there is actually a concept which is recognized at a consumer level in terms of privacy of data at a community or a group level. So I think that is something which is the missing link here there. So while there are groups and communities and they operate depending on situations and depending on circumstances, but whether or not they recognize that uh, uh, they recognize privacy as a collective concept is something that we are still yet to reach to that level. They definitely recognize that individual at the individual level, the need to ensure need to protect data and need to avoid harm. But at a collective level, I think there is a lot of work which needs to be done on that regard. I think which comes to the second part of the question in terms of grievance redress and the mechanism which the second draft of the committee of experts report sort of laid out is something that it's what we thought that it's not well thought through. While there are good ideas, but when you think about a data trustee who will operate for the benefit of the community which the trustee is representing without necessarily having the incentives to do so is something problematic, because we have seen challenges in similar models in other sectors. For instance, in terms of, say, a broker or advisory model in the financial sector, while some of these intermediaries are required to operate in the interest of consumers, more often than not, they do not. And there is no reason why they will do so in the data economy. In terms of grievance redress and also the so the point is that consumers will come to know, if they come to know about a breach, when they realize that there is harm. Now, harm is something which I think Digvijay has also pointed out. There are a lot of categories of harm: surveillance harm, and targeting, and so on and so forth. But one of the things that we have noticed is exclusion is a very big harm when it comes to excluding communities or different types of or particular type of people from benefits which government is sort of providing to the citizens. But the awareness about existence of those benefits, and therefore they're excluded, is limited. So that is that awareness and information asymmetry challenge, capacity related challenge when it comes to awareness about harm and or risk, and sort of taking action around that. So there is a lot of work which needs to be done around some of these issues, starting with offline capacity building, training, community organizations and civil society organizations, working with the consumers to make them realize that why non-personal data or community data or group privacy risks are real, and what do they stand to lose in case they do not act now. But at the same level, there is a lot of work which is required at the state capacity building level also. Because generally speaking, also the grievance redress mechanisms in the country are outside the data regulation are also very weak. The consumer protection grievance redress mechanism or financial sector or other sectors are not yet utilized to their potential. And therefore, I think work is required at all levels, government, the industry, as well as consumers, to ensure that any governance framework which impacts consumers works efficiently. So I'll just stop it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you said there were a lot of questions, but you addressed them all. So thanks for that. Amlan, I'm going to come to you next. And, you mentioned in your opening remarks also how you think some of these interventions are premature. But, you can dwell further on that. But the specific question I want to ask you is, from Google's perspective, given that, you are dealing with so much personal data, a lot of this presumably is already being, anonymized and being utilized in aggregated manners in-house. So I'd love to understand a little bit more about, if you can, with examples, share with us how this is happening, and if some of this is being shared, voluntarily, whether, there's anonymization, and what kind of techniques you're using to preserve the privacy of users in that context.
Sure, Smriti. I think, yeah, happy to do that. But before I get to that, before I get to the examples and how Google ensures privacy while sharing data externally, I think want to just bring it back to the topic, right? I just wanted to frame again some of my remarks, because what we're talking about here is that interplay between privacy and non-personal data, right? This isn't about the economic harms or competitive advantage that might flow to startups. So I just wanted to again reframe my remarks in the context of specifically what we're talking and what the objective of this panel discussion is. And two is, I think the limited submission I'd like to make is that a lot of the privacy harms that people might expect to flow from non-personal data, and why we're having this conversation about non-personal data regulation, can actually be addressed through a personal data protection bill. So that's the limited submission, which is why I say, when I go back to why I feel non-personal data regulation is premature, is that a lot of what the concerns are, the privacy risks relating to anonymized and aggregated data, can and will be addressed through a personal data protection law, as I'll just demonstrate, right? But I just wanted to make that kind of my submission, my hypothesis very clear. And look, I'm not a technical expert, so it's really great to hear Anand kind of explain a lot of that in detail. But I'm a trained lawyer, so I'll try and approach it from that perspective. And what I'll really start with is the definition of personal information, of personal data, right? In the existing IT Act, but also in the Personal Data Protection Bill. And what you'll see is that it really covers situations where you are able to take data, different types of data, and combine that, whether directly or indirectly, to identify an individual person, right? An actual person, as they say. And why I think that's so important, right, is because whether you're talking about different, mixed data sets, you're talking about doing it not just directly, right, as the example Anand referred to, right, an aggregated data set, but attaching a PIN code, right, with another reference point where someone else separately has identified himself as being a male at age 45, residing in that PIN code. A personal data protection recognizes a situation where somebody takes all of those data points together and is able to identify a person. So any privacy risk or harm that flows from a situation like that is going to be addressed by the Personal Data Protection Bill. You do not need a separate non-personal data bill to address that privacy harm, right? So point number one. Point number two is, let's get into that question of harm itself, right? It was really interesting to get to hear, the discussion about what we mean by harm, right? And clearly, the Personal Data Protection Bill has a very clear conception of harm. It's talking about bodily, mental injury. It's talking about discrimination. It's talking about loss of property. We really need to go into that, step by step, and look at what are some of those harm that might relate to collectives, right? To communities, to groups of people. And you might find that some of them are not relevant. But let's have a discussion about those specific harms that might relate to collectives rather than individuals, right? I think that's the second point. And then thirdly, I just wanted to talk a little bit about why, I think there are some fundamental misconceptions that are leading to people feeling like you need to have both non-personal data and personal data in the same bill. And again, this conversation is really important because the Joint Parliamentary Committee seems to believe that there are privacy risks associated with non-personal data, which is why we need to regulate it in the Personal Data Protection Bill, right? So I'll just share a few reasons for why that's not the case. One is that by definition, non-personal data does not involve personally identifiable information, as I had explained earlier, right? So it's a completely different category. Two is that there is a taxonomy of data classification in a privacy law, which flows from the sensitivity of the data involved, right? That's why there is this entire classification of sensitive data and critical. It flows from this idea of sensitivity of the data, right? All data is not equal, and certainly not from the context of privacy harms. But what's important to keep in mind is when you anonymize or aggregate the data, the sensitivity attached to that personal data does not carry forward, right? It doesn't carry forward, which is why when you're having a conversation about anonymized or aggregated data, it's a completely different conversation when you talk about the sensitivity of data itself, right? So I think that's the second point. And just Google or any other company that processes a large amount of data, when it anonymizes or aggregates data, it actually strips off all of these sensitive categories, right? You don't have the kind of demographic data, or other sensitive attributes that might result in it being classified as sensitive data. So again, there is no sensitivity attached to some of these data sets. And the third, I think, point I'd like to make is when I read out that definition of personal data, you can see it really relates to a natural person. So there are situations where, again, non-personal data doesn't fit within this realm of personal data and privacy risks that we've traditionally been thinking about, right? So, for example, machine-related data, which is also a type of non-personal data, right? We really need to think about potentially what a privacy harm could be. I'm not saying there isn't a privacy harm, but when a machine transfers information to another machine, is there a risk of bodily injury? I don't know, but we need to explore that subject rather than just transplant concepts of privacy harm in the context of non-personal data, right? And similarly with collectives and communities, right? It's difficult to imagine how one can perpetuate privacy harms in a situation where demographic data does not exist. The sensitive characteristics that I spoke about have been stripped out. So all I'm saying is we need to have a separate, more detailed discussion about privacy harms in the context of non-personal data, which cannot already be addressed in a personal data section. So sorry for that long monologue, but I just really wanted to stress that point. I'll get to your second question, Smriti, and actually your core question, which is about how we help address these. But I'll just take 2 minutes with 2 examples. There was a session early on today where a colleague of mine spoke about how Google shares mobility data in the form of community mobility reports with to the public, but including public health authorities and policymakers, for them to be able to evaluate how the effectiveness of lockdowns. So you impose a lockdown, how does that impact mobility to business establishments or residential complexes, and for them to be able to understand whether it works or not, and make changes accordingly. So there are actually multiple forms of privacy protections there. One is that you spoke about this earlier, this idea of opt-in, right? So you can opt into the system. Unless you opt into sharing location data, your data is not going to form part of the aggregated data set from which these insights are drawn, right? So opt-in, safeguard number 1. 2 is differential privacy, right? Which is simply the idea, it's a technical process. I'm not getting into the details of it, but the way in which you add random noise to it, in a way you can obfuscate again the identity of a person, right? And 3 is very contextual based safeguards, right? In the specific context of these mobility reports, you can imagine that they're very specific to a particular geographic location, right? You can drill down based on granularity to a particular town or district or city, for your specific purpose. And researchers have used this for many novel cases. What we decided to do was really discard certain types of data sets where we felt perhaps there is a risk of re-identification, right? So for example, a geographic region less than 3 square kilometers is not included in this data set, for example, because there might be a risk of re-identification. So you can really see there's a detailed technical analysis of what privacy safeguards are. There is agency provided to users to be able to opt in, and there are technical safeguards in the form of standardized process like differential privacy, which are constantly improved, right? And I'll just like to state, for the record again, these have been well-respected initiatives, right? Including from the FPF, right, which has recognized this as an extremely important innovation, and other kind of global establishments that have recognized this as an important way to protect privacy. Another example I'll just give you again, since we're in the midst of this pandemic, is again relating to contact tracing. Now, a lot of you might have heard about this exposure notification system that both Apple and Google developed on devices. And the idea really was to be able to scale up contact tracing efforts of government and public health authorities through Bluetooth technology, being able to help someone know, inform them that they were in contact with an infected person, right? Based on basically your Bluetooth beacon technology, exchange of Bluetooth beacons, right? While that was actually by itself recognized as a really good way to kind of achieve some of these public health goals while preserving privacy, Google and Apple actually working together to improve this further. So actually version 2 of this system is to be able to ensure that not only are you being able to help users, identify whether they've been infected and take precautions, but actually make this data useful to public health authorities to identify, large-scale patterns of how this, pandemic is evolving, how variants are mutating, and take appropriate action. But all of this keeping privacy in mind, right? So version 2 is actually about ensuring that privacy is maintained. You maintain the same technology, but through, again, different technical technologies, including differential privacy, you're able to share again aggregated data sets about how people are coming in contact with each other, sharing Bluetooth beacons, being able to identify kind of what actions are being taken to be able to again inform public health actions. So these are 2 examples I just wanted to talk about where I think privacy is fundamental and it's been thought about from the get-go. It's not tacked on later on. And when you do that, again, I just wanted to state that this is not something that we're going out and saying this is something that's protecting privacy. Like I said, FPF has recognized this as an extremely important innovation. There's a case study, detailed case study on their website. Popular Science recognized the exposure notification system, as I said, as one of the most significant security systems invented in 2020. So, with that, I'll just pause, but happy to take questions later on.
Thank you. Thanks, Amlan, both for that context setting and the examples. I think one thing I did want to respond to or sort of highlight, both in terms of what you just said and what Digvijay was saying earlier, is that although this session right now we are focusing on privacy, but if we look at the big picture of where the NPD recommendations are coming from, really that's not the core of their objective, right? Their objective is about what they are calling unlocking the social and economic value of data. And in a sense, privacy becomes like this protecting collateral damage kind of an issue, right? It is we don't want this to harm people, and therefore we are also talking about privacy, but it's not the core of what they're setting out to do. And some may counter, and I'd love to hear more perspectives around that, whether that influences the regulatory designs and questions around who should look at what and whether we need 2 regulators versus 1. But before getting into that segment of it, Anand, I wanted to come back to you. Everything that you explained around anonymization and the limitations of that, that's something that exists today even without the NPD report and those recommendations coming into effect, right? Those markets exist. That kind of practices are happening even today. So one, how does data sharing proposals under the NPD proposal complicate it? Does it make it worse? And 2, those solutions of the kind that Amlan just described, things like differential privacy, does that allay some of the fears which exist?
See, one thing that we know, leaving aside the PII, one thing that we know does not cause privacy harms is aggregate data. Okay. Now, so if you personally ask me, if someone comes and tells, like in the case of the PhonePe Pulse, right? You look at it, it is an example of data that is, I would call it largely aggregate data, right? Even on the economic side, if you look at it, people will come back and say, in this sector, so much of stuff happened. I mean, so many people lost jobs, so many people kind of that. Or you just take the mobility data and you come back and say, in this PIN code, when lockdown was enforced, the movement was this. I mean, a whole bunch of things. I think the right framework for you to think about it is that we know PII is largely a bit already messy. I mean, in terms of like figuring out what is what and all. Classification works by doing arbitrary assumption of what is a privacy harm. Okay, I mean, legally, that is how we have always seen it, in the sense that classification is based on something happened, and then there was a harm cast, and then you go retrospectively and say that I think this now field is a privacy harm field. You don't go on the classification part from having a predetermined outcome. Initially, everything is thought to be harmless, and now you go forward and forward with the classification when there is a harm that comes from the process and the procedure and the establishment kind of a thing. And so aggregate data is largely okay. I've not fundamentally found issues in aggregate data in most of the areas. Okay, again, as I told you, this is basically like an ongoing practice thing, right? You only have a problem with it, only you find it, right? Non-personal data, hence, is troubling for me because the definition aspects becomes pretty messy. Like when I basically do a data catalog inside the organization, I would come and say, what data do you collect? You collect name, you collect ID cards. I mean, I know how to do attachment of that with PII, non-PII, and maybe some PII. And the way in which we normally do that is we assign a probability score. Is it PII 0.0 to 1.0? As more and more evidence comes on the field, you attach more and more probability towards it. And then we also take care of clustering problems, like you should not cluster all this data together. I mean, you take the example of the PCI DSS standard, no? Where you're not supposed to show credit cards. Is an example of clustering. They say, keep it separate, don't store it as part of the database, keep it somewhere else. Okay, so that is an example of clustering. So as more and more harms come into picture, you basically take it and put it in some other place. I mean, that is another way of actually doing it physically. Aggregated in general, I don't find a lot of problematic stuff. It is when you say anything that is not personal is non-personal is when I have to scratch my head and say, but this is not how a binary kind of model it works. It's a spectrum. And how do we deal with the spectrum? Should I now start assigning stuff like like think about the way in which metadata inside an organization works. Even for doing any kind of PDP kind of compliance, like GDPR, CCP compliance, we basically do a data catalog and say this data is this type, this data is this type, and this is the protection mechanism that we have to apply for this data because this is classified as this. Okay. Now, how do I go do non-personal data? I mean, that part is like very unclear to me, right? And then differential privacy works because we know how to do differential privacy on aggregate data and laying out. Technical implementations are problematic when we get the implementation wrong. So this is something that is there is theory about how we do encryption, and then there is practice about how we do encryption, and then there is the hackers who have a very different way of how decryption works. I think a similar problem comes on differential privacy too. A classical example of where in some places differential privacy fails is when we have not really understood what we are doing. I mean, insertion works in certain areas, doesn't work in certain areas. And again, it is a very evolving field. So if you come back and just assert by saying you can do PII to NPD conversion using differential privacy, again, I'm like, okay, that sounds like magic, and we don't know how to do that. I mean, that is where the problems comes into picture.
Thank you. Thanks, Anand. So I'm going to come back to the question on the regulatory implementation side, and I'll come back to you, Digvijay, with that question, right? So this question around, does it make sense to have a separate NPD? Should this be combined into the PDP bill? And wherever it rests, what are the kind of issues of, state capacity, implementation, consumer empowerment? From an implementation perspective, what is the ideal structure? And what are the kind of things that, we would say the committee should be thinking about from a regulatory governance perspective?
Right. Thanks, Smriti. So regulation of NPD will, I think, ideally involve a regulation of human NPD, that is anonymized data sets, and regulation of non-human NPD. De-identified data, or as it is called in the GDPR, pseudonymized data, already comes under personal data. So that will be something that will be outside the regulatory scope of NPD. If I were to identify, I think there are 4 main areas of concern where regulatory landscape, I think, intersects with. So first is the competition issues arising out of NPD governance, which I think the CCI is competent enough to judge on. The second are trade-related issues, where international trade rules will obviously apply to data sharing requirements. Third is, I think, national security issues, because if you see various government systems, including NatGrid and CMS, they collect huge amount of NPD, non-personal data, which is non-human NPD, if I were to say. Processing those sets of data, I think the principles of proportionality and non-discrimination will have to be taken place for giving access to government to additional sets of data. The fourth concern is, I think, privacy risks that we have already identified arise from a processing of NPD. So the solution to counter privacy risk is that either what you do is you don't create these definitions that you have created.
Your cupboard is ready.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So what you do is either you do not create these definitions on which modern data protection laws are based. You do not say, the risk of re-identification of and the impossibility in modern technologies of anonymization has come to mean that there is no completely non-personal data sets, right? Therefore, the first solution is that you, whatever systems that you have taken place, the data protection laws that you have in place, reject them all and start afresh. The second is you expand the definition of sensitive personal data, and then accord the protection of to processed non-personal data, accord the same protection that you afforded to personal data, you afford similar protections to processed non-personal data, such as data minimization and such principles. Now, that is, I think, the regulatory landscape that can be looked at. Apart from that, a thing that I would, I was thinking about is how big a role is the government thinking of the DPA currently? I mean, we do not have, the country has no experience in regulating in data governance as of now. So what the country will do is the DPA will be the first regulatory authority. It will deal with harms arising out of personal data. It will lay down standards of re-identification. It will lay down standards of anonymization. Apart from that, it will also look at harms arising from non-personal data. So it's just I miss the point of why is there a need to create such a big entity without having any experience in place? I mean, why cannot we go one step by step? First frame a regulation for personal data. See what your experience is. See what your issues are, especially according to your to India, and then develop further regulations which you think are important. So that's, I think, that would be, I would end with that. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Amol, I know you work, on these issues too around regulatory governance and state capacity. Do you want to add anything on, the main framing question around where it should rest and what are the issues wherever it rests?
Sure, thanks, Smriti. So I think I'll take from where Digvijay had ended. So I think yes, definitely, timing is of great importance in terms of how do you structure regulating personal data and non-personal data. Is it the right time to have regulation around both, or do we have a gradual approach as to first have a data protection bill or act in place, personal data protection bill in place, and then sort of learn from experience and then try to think about what are those issues which need to be regulated around non-personal data. Because in our study of different jurisdictions, we also found that this has been the broader process as to countries have had strong personal data protection regimes before venturing into non-personal data regulation. Now, I understand that there is time is of essence in terms of having economic value out of non-personal data, and therefore we might lose first movers advantage, as some people may put it, if we were not to leverage the value of non-personal data, and therefore there has to be some sort of governance frameworks and mechanisms around that. I also understand the concern that without having some sort of a governance framework, we are left to the discretion of private sector in terms of how they are dealing with non-personal data, anonymizing it, and sort of putting it in public domain. So, for instance, PhonePe and Google, we saw two examples today, and they're doing great job by putting some data out in public domain. It can be termed as aggregated data, but they have their own processes, internal mechanisms to identify, segregate between different types of data, and select and choose as to what to put out in public domain and what to not put out. So these are, and can we really afford to give such discretionary powers to private sector entities when we are talking about using data for greater public good and economic value, and so on and so forth? So I think there is a greater need for government, private sector, and consumers and citizens to work together on this issue. And let's have a graduated approach wherein government starts with itself. So let's ask the government to puts its house in order. Government is the biggest data fiduciary. It collects lots of data. And also, the objective under the data protection bill was to mandate data sharing for better policy making. So, if you already have collected a lot of non-personal data, are you first actually using it right now for better evidence-based policy making? And sort of how are different government departments collecting and utilizing and sort of data for different policies? How is central government and state government, how are they interacting with each other? Because that is a very important issue. Different states have their own data residency centers. And then sort of how is the government negotiating with different countries in terms of FTAs or our obligations at multilateral level in terms of enabling transfers of data and enabling and sort of fostering local digital economy. I think what I suspect is perhaps needed is a overarching guiding framework, perhaps in terms of policy, not necessarily a separate act of NPD, neither inclusion of NPD in the personal data protection bill, but a broader policy level, principle-based sort of guidance, which is formulated collectively by government, industry, and consumers to utilize non-personal data and sort of encourage data sharing and sort of minimization of harms around that. And then sort of we looked into different mechanisms of how can regulators, sector level regulators as well as cross-sector regulators like Competition Commission of India and perhaps the e-commerce regulator in near future or some other regulator which has cross-sectoral jurisdiction can add to this sort of policy level discourse and then can accompany the personal data protection bill to address some of the privacy related concerns under non-personal data. So I'll just stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Amol. And I actually completely, echo that sentiment, that thought of getting your own house in order before, making this a whole scale regulation. So even, taking any government department as a case study, if it could be demonstrated that take the whole NPD as it is, and if you can demonstrate, given that there is already a push for public open data of government data, and there is, steps that the government has already taken in terms of policy commitments, it may make sense to, instead of making this a law, roll it out as a smaller pilot project in some of those sectors, and then, see what are the limitations that come up, who are the trustees who come up, whether the community is really represented in all of this, is there redress, is all of this working, is privacy being protected, and then only try to scale it up. So I see your hand up, Digvijay. I'm going to come to all of you and you can raise that again, because
just a point that I wanted to add to the government data. So the government already has an open data policy, which was enacted in 2014, I think, or 2012. Why doesn't the government, focus on strengthening that policy and coming out with clean and accessible open data sets from government institutions that, that can be, I think, a step to private sector data sharing methods. So why doesn't the government do that? I think that's the point I think the government is missing regarding regulation of non-personal data. The open data policy.
Yeah. It may be a good way to, demonstrate and, maybe quell a lot of the skepticism that all of us have around it by saying that this actually works and works in privacy protecting ways. So I want to come to all of you, again, and Amlan and Anand, if you have anything to add on the previous question, please use this time, but also give us your closing thoughts on, what would you see as an alternate reimagination of and I want to broaden this beyond the privacy conversation, because as I was saying earlier, it's about, what the committee is trying to do, unlocking this economic and social value of data in a privacy protecting way. So maybe there are ways that the committee needs to think, beyond what they've already proposed. So do you have ideas on what they could do better in terms of, structuring all of this? So any closing remarks on that or on anything we've discussed so far? Maybe with you, Amlan?
Sure, Smriti. I think it's interesting that you're expanding this beyond privacy, but I will go back to the privacy point, only to say I started by talking about why I felt like, the personal data protection bill, I think, addresses all of the key privacy questions involving non-personal data. I think there's an open question for me, as I'm sure for several other people, is, obviously the personal data protection deals with individuals and individual privacy. And I am really awaiting the final non-personal data committee expert committee report and their articulation of this idea of, collective of communities, community rights, and therefore collective privacy. Because I would be very curious to see whether you need a separate regulation purely to deal with collective privacy, right? Which cannot in some way be incorporated into the PDP bill or be addressed by some of the harms that have been articulated in the PDP bill, right? Because that's a very separate conversation. Because I would find it very difficult to imagine that there are two privacy laws that would exist in India, one to regulate individuals and one to regulate groups, right? So I think I'll go back to my earlier submission where I think most, if not all, privacy concerns involving non-personal data are going to be addressed through the Personal Data Protection Bill, so we don't need regulation from a privacy perspective. The second point, I think the expansion that you spoke about, in terms of the economic benefits, the socio-economic development aspects of it. Like I said earlier, I think those are important objectives. I will defer to the next panel because they're the experts who kind of conducted the research on the need for regulation to promote some of those objectives. But I will say that if it's the simple question of a regulator, I think we really need to be very careful about how we build those regulatory governance structures, right? And I think it's really important to keep the objectives in mind. I think the Data Protection Authority, as contemplated under the Personal Data Protection Bill, should have the expertise, the competence, the resources to address all privacy harms. And that's the regulator that should deal with privacy harms, whether they're individual or collective in nature. And I think a non-personal data regulator, if and when that is proposed and developed, should deal with any other objective involving non-personal data. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Anand. Anand?
Yeah, I mean, if you want a different imagination of the non-personal thing, I would say that more can be found on the aggregate data side. Okay. That seems to be one of the most promising things that they have probably not explored a bit, right? Rather than just calling it non-personal data, try to fit more and more value locking data into the aggregate part. Okay. And I think if you try to do that, there is much better definitional consistency, because technical side, we know how to look at aggregation. I mean, a lot of models to figure out how to generate it from raw streams, and the privacy harms can be largely mitigated and then can be layered much more deeper with stuff like differential privacy. That part we know. The NPD part, being a new definitional thing, is one of the reasons why I think it's head scratching.
Thanks.
At least from an implementation point of view.
Amol?
Sure. Thanks, Smriti. So I'll just take forward from where Anand left. I completely agree that perhaps that is the most practical sort of formulation. But I would then also suggest that let's not rush into formulation of a separate regulator or a separate law. Let's see if the sector-specific regulators can deal with the aggregate data at a sector level, because those regulators are already dealing with their data, with their sort of regulatory entities in their sectors, and they are well aware of how and what data can come together and sort of pose risk. So perhaps leave the regulation to them. We have a competition regulator for for addressing competition-related concerns. However, I'll still go back to my original point of having an overarching policy to address a lot of these concerns. And I think I'm reading what Parminder is also putting in as comments. So in addition to having a policy, I would still suggest that government should, and government not as a regulator, but as a data fiduciary, should try and sort of, to borrow terminology, utilize NPD as test case to sort of present to the stakeholder community that this is how it should be done. This is how we can address all these harms. And I would differ from Parminder's sort of articulation in terms of whether we should expect government to do everything and anything. It's about government, the separation of roles of government from a regulator to a regulated entity itself. And it's more like a PSB, a public sector bank versus a private sector bank, and public sector bank also showcasing sort of better governance mechanisms if that is the case vis-a-vis private sector bank. And I think I'll stop there. But last point is that we need a separate surveillance law to address a lot of other concerns which are related to harm, which may arise of misuse of non-personal data. I'll just stop there. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Digvijay, over to you for your closing thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just the thing that I said before, I do not think that we do need a separate law for non-personal data. I do agree, because even if you want to unlock the economic value of data, and that is why the government wants to regulate or govern non-personal data, you have the open data policy to regulate non-personal data, to regulate non-human non-personal data. You strengthen that policy first. Then the re-identification risk arising out of non-personal data is already dealt by the Personal Data Protection Bill. The only addition I think which the data protection bill misses is that it doesn't consider the re-identification risk arising out of anonymized data, and that is something that can be looked at. Apart from that, I'll maintain my previous submission that we should just first focus on bringing a law, because time is of the essence now. Even now individualistic notions of privacy are completely have gone by, and collective harms is what dominates the discourse. Therefore, the more delay we keep doing and the more discussions that keep happening, we are just being left behind with the in protecting the population of a country. So yeah, that's what I would like to say. Thanks.
Thank you. We do have
I had a quick question, Smriti, and I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure if this is covered, but and tell me if you've covered this. How does the removal of the concept of inferences and inferred data from the PDP bill as personal data impact privacy?
We haven't spoken about it yet, so it's
and how does
open to any of the panelists who want to take this,
and NPD in particular, because a lot of NPD is inferred data.
Inferred through aggregate is different than inferred through raw stream, Nikhil. Okay, so what happens is you can do a lot of inference from personal data. Like take an example like mobility. You can do a lot of inference on inference from the PII into something like an aggregate. So inference is generally a process that allows you to see trends, mapping, rule sets, and so on and so on. I mean, this is technically how it always works. Inference always is based on raw streams, and it is quite possible for you to get large scale insights or behavioral patterns without any PIA as a community as a whole. Okay, so in the case of lending and all that kind of stuff, people come back and say, should I lend to this locality? Should I lend to this pin code?
Well, there is another way of looking at this, right? So, for example, when you look at the elections targeting in the US by Russia, it was essentially, there were people who were put into particular buckets, and there was those buckets had metadata which categorized those people in a particular manner. Now, that metadata could be pertaining to either a particular segment of the population that's spread across the country, or it could even be pertaining to a particular region, and all of this, or a particular district or a particular pin code, as an example, right? This is all inferred data. I'm just wondering about, and effectively this inferred data is, let's say, let's say likely to vote for so and so, right, is also inferred data. And let's say that if that's pertaining to a particular pin code, that's drawn from a lot of data. And I'm just curious about how that impacts, whether that's something that should have something like that should be protected as under the as personal data, because effectively it's metadata, but it does have implications for privacy, right?
The info data is learned typically by AI models. It is not something that you typically program it. You sometimes play it as a model goes along, and it keeps accumulating more and more baggage based on your behavior, and you aggregate the behavior across a whole bunch of target identifiers and collate it. Okay, right. And so in this particular thing, it is, in a way, it is actually much more powerful, or as powerful. In fact, as an aggregate level, it is much more powerful than an individual privacy harm, to be pretty honest, because it affects not an individual, but a societal scale kind of a thing.
And effectively, it should be covered under group privacy then, right?
Yeah, I mean, group privacy. I mean, I don't know how the legal term thing is. Maybe as a collective privacy harm, just like how the TOT kind of a thing has a class action suit which covered a whole bunch of people. I don't know, something like that.
So just from a legal perspective for Smriti and Amlan, is this kind of metadata, which is non-personal data, protected under the data protection bill from a privacy perspective, or is it not currently?
Amlan, do you want to?
Yeah, my reading is that it is, Nikhil, because it says personal data is defined as data which includes inferences drawn from some data.
But hasn't infer data been removed from the PDP? But as
not in the latest version of the JPC report that I've seen, the 2021 version. My recollection is that it's So inferences is included. So infer data is included, and I had made this point earlier, which is that especially because there's such a broad definition of personal data, whether it's using combination of aggregated data sets, like pin codes, like you explained, and anonymized data sets, bringing that all together. If you're able to identify an individual in any way, or shape or form, the personal data protection bill would apply, and all of the protections that flow under that apply. So your use case, I would say, is protected under the current framework of the personal data protection bill.
Yeah, and I think Parminder has just clarified in his comments, it's excluded from the NPD part of it, not from the personal data bill, but in the NPD part. So he's saying infer data is still personal data; it does not become non-personal data.
Understood. Sorry, I was mistaken about this part.
Yeah. So there are some comments, and I don't know if Parminder wants to come in. Some of these have been addressed in Amol's intervention. I wanted to address one of these and then see if the other panelists have thoughts on this. Is that the question around, some of us made suggestions around open data and how that could be a starting point, and he's saying that doesn't address big tech's overreaching power over data, and completely agree. And I think there are multiple objectives we need to be talking about. One of them is about breaking data silos, breaking data monopolies, having more equitable access to data, and the other is having workable mechanisms to achieve that end goal, right? So there is a market failure, yes, there is market power, and you need to think about interventions to break that, but there is a chance of a state intervention leading to harms which are equivalent to the violence being brought about by that market power. And therefore that example that demonstrate that these suggestions work with a use case, so that those of us who are concerned that this will fail, not because the objective isn't right, but because the methodology is not geared up to empower the community in the ways we want to, or empowers the wrong trustees, etc., etc. So this is a completely novel concept, and therefore there are lots of roadblocks to actually believing this will work in the way, even though the committee may have really good intentions in mind. And therefore the fall back on, go back to your open data policies and show that it works in that context, so that it becomes more believable. So I don't know if any of the other panelists wanted to add to that, but okay.
I think we have a competition panel coming next week that might address some of those issues. But thank you everyone for a great session. I think I'll bring in Sarvesh now for the next session.
Thanks, Nikhil. Hi everyone, welcome to the panel on competition, antitrust, and personal data. I'll jump right into it. We've had a long afternoon, so we have Asta Kapoor from Apti Institute, Rahul Singh from Kaitan & Co., Shruti Murli from India Competition Watch, and Professor Vishwanath Pingali from IIM Ahmedabad.
Sarvesh, one clarification, please, quickly.
Yeah, tell me.
Either everyone is addressed Mr. and Miss, or nobody gets addressed as that, and everyone's called with their first name. That's a firm rule that I follow.
Okay.
Please don't address me as Dr. Pingali unless you're deciding to address everyone with Mr. or Miss.
No, I'm going to call you Vishy. You made that clear to me before. I'll start with Asta. So Asta, I've gone through your report and the report your institute has prepared on NPD. So will this regulation, as it is, the proposed regulation, will it address concerns like data monopolies and barriers to entry? Or do you think we can have a better approach to these antitrust concerns?
When you say this report, you mean the data protection?
The expert committee's report.
The NPD committee report.
Correct.
So, I mean, in our analysis, we actually thought, we did take a first principles approach, and we thought that the report sets out to do two things. One is, of course, address the fact that public value needs to be enhanced from the data. And the second was, look at questions of antitrust. And we broke antitrust down to, 5 buckets. One was access to market, enhance customer choice. We also looked at it from the symbiotic collaboration question, like, is there collaboration between businesses for innovation and to enhance value? Does it diversify the economy? And does it more broadly enhance innovation? So basis our framework, we actually thought that the way that the report was framed at the moment was actually not necessarily working through a lot of those questions, because the focus was largely on the sharing of data and not on broader questions of what happens once the data is shared. How do we really think of using it better? How do we really take data through that journey and make it more accessible? And we looked at it in different contexts as well. What we suggest as an alternative is to take a much more broader ecosystem-led approach that actually involves different stakeholders, creates incentives, builds possibilities of these innovations coming up, and that's where we thought it would be most useful, because the specific question of antitrust does not stop. I mean, it cannot just start and stop with acquiring data. You have to create the systems that allow you to share data meaningfully, build on it, and actually, utilize it, involve stakeholders, give them incentives, and then sort of from there create user benefit, societal benefit, and stakeholder benefit. So in a nutshell, in our reading of the situation, my co-author is also on the call somewhere, but we felt that that is not something that the report does meaningfully because of the focus on sharing and leaving out the other sort of steps of the data economy and the broader ecosystem that needs to be created to make antitrust or to address the questions of antitrust more meaningfully.
Just to follow up on that, so one of the things your report suggests is instead of mandatory sharing, the sharing should be voluntary.
Yes.
But how will this voluntary system work? What are the incentives for companies to share when there is a voluntary? What kind of incentives can we have?
So we actually do delve into the incentives. And so the first thing that we diagnosed about why there isn't enough sharing at the moment is because we felt that, the incentive, and of course, those incentives come in different shapes and sizes, but the incentive of, is there a reliable infrastructure to share? So are there standards and interoperability of data? Are there mechanisms say data stewardship mechanisms that help share data meaningfully? Are there financial incentives for companies to share data, or are there sort of solution collaboration? So even the public value incentive, is there enough of that at the moment? We realized that that doesn't necessarily exist in the ecosystem. So of course, there isn't an easy way of sharing data. There isn't a reliable way of sharing data. There isn't a public value reason to share data. The government doesn't reciprocate the sharing of data from the private companies. So all of this means that the broader ecosystem for data sharing in a voluntary way is broken. Our submission is that let's start to create those mechanisms. Let's start to create that ecosystem and build trust in the process of sharing. Let's give technology companies as well as the government common solutions to work towards. So let's start to pinpoint what those are. Is it let's solve for traffic in Bangalore, and what question we want to pursue through data sharing. Data sharing for the sake of data sharing is not a reasonable solution. So let's think of that, and let's build trust. Let's build reciprocity. Let's build a system where private companies that share data also receive data from, say, the government and other stakeholders, and what that looks like as a broader ecosystem. And in that case, voluntary will occur. Making things mandatory from day one and not creating an external ecosystem to enable it will also just mean that people will start to scuttle the rules, and there will be, there will be delinquency on many, many fronts. And that was our submission. We saw this across jurisdictions. We looked at the EU, we looked at Japan, we looked at Australia, we looked at several jurisdictions where data sharing, especially NPD data sharing, is becoming more and more active in terms of the conversation. And nowhere is there a blanket, let's do this in a mandatory way. There are limits in terms of certain sectors, there are limits in terms of certain solutions, there are limits in terms of certain sizes of companies, etc. And it's much more a gradual build-up. It's not something that just like, you crack the hammer and that's the starting point. It's been a build-up. And we looked at Finland very deeply, and we realized that it was a 20-year process where, health data sharing was enabled through these various ecosystems. And now, of course, it happens voluntarily for research, for innovation, for all sorts of things, because there's an underlying ecosystem that enables it.
Thank you, Asta. Thank you for that international perspective. That puts a lot of it signals how premature our regulations are at this point. Vishwanath, coming to you, the same question for you. Does the expert committee's proposed NPD regulation address data monopolies? And do you even think there's something such as data monopolies? Because in one of the reports you've authored, you've said that data monopolies are not tenable. So you want to expand on that?
Yeah, sure. So I'll give you one example. So I've been working a lot on some of the research projects going to be published shortly, I hope. And the inspiration came from some other paper. So we wrote to that author of that paper saying, can you please share the data that you've used in your publication? Made sense? And then it turns out that the file we got from that chap, with due respect, is simply unusable. We had to completely recreate our own data. So therefore, if you're asking, and by the way, that person was obligated to share the data because the journal requires that the data has to be stored in a public repository. So therefore, if you're asking me this question, should data be shared? Of course, the firms are going to share the data. And will the data be useful for the end consumer? Well, let's not kid ourselves out here. Firms are extremely tactical in how they behave. They will react to government restrictions on how they strategize. So therefore, to me, the point is whether data monopolies can even sustain is a different question. Can data monopolies even form? I mean, can you stop firms from, or rather, maybe let me step back for a second, right? I mean, can you mandatorily require firms to share data? I have my problems. And the second thing is that, we make this distinction in our report as well. And I think one should talk about it, is that there is a fine difference between what we call as information and what we call as data. Information is what I collect. Data is what I process, and then make some sense out of it, right? I mean, get it into a format that is usable. Well, I mean, that's intellectual property. I mean, the transformation of information into usable data, according to me, is intellectual property. So therefore, you come and tell me essentially that this entire intellectual property is not valid from tomorrow onwards. One has to think a little deeper in that side. Let me give you a third example as to why I say data monopolies may not necessarily work out, right? The argument there is that one of my students started a startup, and I'm an advisor for that particular startup. Well, he does brilliant data analytics of his customers coming from one of the big tech platforms. I don't want to take the names of those platforms at this stage. His product, which is competing with some of the big names in the industry. This person is getting tremendous help from some of these big tech platforms, in terms of aggregating the data that he's seeing, various widgets that he could install. He's able to do the data crunching that would enable him to compete effectively with the tech, with the giants in FMCG sector. Now, my whole problem is that, has the competition, therefore, then on the net increased in the economy or reduced in the economy? So that's a question that bothers me. I'm not sure I understand the answer to this, because, if one way to think about it, in the chana business, I'm not going to that my student is involved in, the competition has increased because he's now competing with the giants. I mean, I'm just taking the example out of the hat, right? By the way, right? Whereas in the tech industry, I don't know. So therefore, to me, these are extremely, I mean, I'm not really sure that I know the answers to these questions. Until I know the answers to these questions, I'm simply not comfortable. That's the spirit with which I think both my co-author and I meant, about data monopolies and all that stuff. I think there is a problem. I mean, and then, if you're trying to tell me that data markets do not exist, then that's not true either. Data markets do exist. Well, otherwise something will something will spring up. Yeah.
Thanks, Vishwanath. Moving on to a slightly different topic on how the NPD regulation will interface with trademark secrets and intellectual property laws. Shruti, I have a question for you. So the NPD report suggests that mandatory sharing is exempted if the business can qualify it as trade secret, right? But how does one determine what part of the data is trade secret? Is the raw data itself trade secret? So any thoughts on that?
So yeah, I mean, first I just want to thank you all for inviting me here. This is quite an illustrious panel. Secondly, I also want to qualify that I'm not an IP lawyer. I am a competition lawyer. And from a competition perspective, I think what we've seen is, even though there is no specific protection for data, whether high value, whether raw, whether whether it has been transformed in some way, whether copyrights apply or so on. I think what is relevant from a competition perspective is that some effort has gone into collecting that data, right? Some effort has gone into transforming that data into a way that gives you a competitive edge, or hopefully gives you a competitive edge, allows you to bring value to the market and thereby to the end consumer, right? So, I mean, I don't know if I can speak from an IP perspective on, what a trade secret really is, but when I speak to, if I were to advise a company on what kinds of data are competitively sensitive and what you are permitted or not permitted to share under competition law, just purely because there is a cartel risk potentially, right? There is a collusion risk. I would look at, the most granular forms of data that is not anonymized, data that is individual, data that is obviously has personally identifiable factors, data that is not historical. So, just looking back to, session 1 and going through, I did go through, take a quick look at the PhonePe, Pulse portal. The fact that I think, we have the answer from businesses, right? What they've done is they've aggregated. What they've done is, it is to a certain extent, historical data, in that it is released every quarter. So I think from a competition perspective, what I would advise a client as, data that is, that gives you a competitive advantage would be stuff that is more granular rather than less. And yeah, I again, like I said, I don't know how that kind of tees in with IP law, but I think from a business perspective, that is pretty much how startups and larger companies function, right?
Okay, thanks, Shruti. Rahul, do you want to take the IP perspective on how it might interface with IP laws and trade secret laws?
Sure, I can. So just from the IP law perspective, I suppose fundamentally we should understand that each of these intellectual property laws that we have seen already, whether it's copyright or patents, they speak of a limited monopoly, right? So when it comes to copyright, you can have whatever 50 or 60 years lifetime beyond that, right? For patents, you can have anything from 14 years, 20 years. But you see, this idea is all of them have a limited monopoly, right? What things are kept secret? I suppose, we should actually ask that fundamental question, which I'm not sure whether the panel has grappled with, right? Why is it that, for some of these entities, there is this incentive to keep something a trade secret, right? As an example, Coca-Cola has 17 ingredients and nobody knows what that 17th ingredient is. I suppose if you go back in time, few decades, in Indian context, they found that it is pesticide, by the way, but I'm sure it's not what Coca-Cola advertises as the 17th ingredient. But I'm sure it's all because of groundwater in Indian context. It can't be that the pesticide is the 17th ingredient. There's something else which is secret. Nobody knows, right? Why have they kept it a secret? Why didn't they utilize copyright or, let's say not copyright, maybe patent or whatever else, right? That's because the moment you want to give up that limited monopoly, or moment you want to get that limited monopoly, you will have to disclose certain things, right? And herein lies the conundrum for, I suppose, the non-personal data bit. If you say that tomorrow some trade secret law will come in, presumably on similar lines, there'll be some limited monopoly idea. But in order to get that limited monopoly, you will have to share something, I suppose. But by fundamental definition, if you want to keep it a secret, you don't want to share with anybody else. Why will you share? So it looks like a circle, right? Which is, for a non-personal data, they are thinking, oh, some trade secret law can solve, without understanding what a trade secret is. If it is a secret, then whoever wants to keep it a secret has an incentive not to disclose it, regardless of whether law provides for a limited monopoly or not. And therefore, I don't see trade secret as a solution at all. I think it's more like, at least from the committee's perspective, I got a sense that it's a Panglossian view, like which basically means excessively optimistic view. The moment you have some ideas on trade secret, people will start sharing this data. It doesn't look like it bears as an example from either past precedents or futuristic perspective.
Thanks, Rahul. Vishwanath, coming back to you. I want to know an economic understanding of, is data really non-rivalrous? So that's one of the arguments made in the report, right? That it's non-rivalrous, so it can be shared and the value is not lost if more people are accessing. But is it really non-rivalrous?
That's, I think, an interesting question here, Sarvesh. I do believe that to a certain extent, there are issues, right? I collect data and I make certain, I get some insights out of it, which I'd like to use for growing my business. The modern, often misused term is called network effects. In previous zamana, it used to be something else. Yeah. So I want to make some insight out of it and I want to use that. To me, that's the reason why I primarily capture the data. Now, question is, if I have that kind of an insight, yeah, I think if Parminder listens to the entire argument and then comments, I think that'll be very useful also in some sense. But anyway, so coming back to the original argument, if insight is not going to be, the insight is something that will propel my business in some sense. So now if I were to give the same competitive advantage to all my friends just because they happen to compete with me in the market out there, would I even have an incentive? Excuse me. My apologies, I'm just recovering from COVID. So therefore the question is, will I even bother collecting the data in that particular sense, or will I even bother getting it into a format which is usable for everybody? That's a question that bothers me even today. Why would, so in that sense, is it, what do you think? Is it rivalrous or non-rivalrous? So insights definitely are intellectual property. And if I'm asking everyone should have the same access to these, there are incentive structures for me to not even collect data in the first place. What I collect right now is for me and for my clients so that the platform becomes stronger. The chain in the platform becomes stronger in every sense of the word. Well, there may be lots of elements that I wouldn't even bother collecting if it turns out that I'm asked to share with everybody. So the question therefore is, has it helped any business, as a result of that? So that's where I will leave this thought.
So there's one example I have. Just tell me if that example is a good example of that data is driverless. Okay. So if Google shares its traffic data, then there's potentially going to be more apps that show traffic data, making Google Maps less popular. In a way, in a sense, Google has lost the value it can derive from that traffic data, right?
I didn't get you. So Google collects a lot of traffic data.
And it shares this traffic data as per the NPD regulations.
Correct.
Then we see more apps using that data to make, different kinds of navigation apps that also have this now that can show times based on traffic, right?
No, but I thought, this is where I think I would also argue that, doesn't Google share traffic data already so that, so that the argument, therefore, I'll put the question back to you. If there is a market for that, if there is a necessity that firms see that by sharing data, their business expands in other dimensions than their core business itself, firms will automatically share their data. Yeah? I mean, it's not that, firms will sit on the data like that, right? I mean, if there are advantages to it and you see that there's a huge amount of synergies that you could develop that will allow me to grow as a business unit, as a platform. I mean, looking at one aspect of a platform and generalizing to me is therefore not fair. You'll have to look at the platform in its holistic sense. And when you do that, you'll realize that when there are advantages of data being shared with others, of course, the market gets created for it automatically.
Okay.
Now, the question is, if you're trying to tell everybody that it has to be absolutely shared, then will they even bother collecting it in the first place? That's a question.
Is this the problem that the problem of the commons? Is this that
absolutely problem of the commons is something that I would reference to. I mean, I think experiments after experiments with subjects have shown it very clearly that problem of commons under contribution is a significant problem, whether we like it or not.
Okay. Shruti, coming to you. Do you think sharing NPD will actually help small businesses? It's a broad question, but I think there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay. So first of all, I think I would defer to, people who spoke in the first panel really on, the difficulties in collecting data, sharing data, sort of not falling afoul of the privacy regulation, not falling afoul of not falling afoul of competition law in many aspects. Will it be beneficial for startups in a certain context? Yes, right? Just like the example you took, traffic data in a particular context can be used to, can be built upon to bring value, right, to end consumers. Will it be beneficial to startups in the sense that, I mean, I guess the problem is that the law does not apply only to startups or only to big companies, right? The law applies across the board. And one of the features of a good law, generally speaking, is consistency and clarity. So if we don't have clarity on who's going to share this data, who's going to hold this data, what data is going to be shared, how it's going to be shared, will it be shared in a particular context? Like Vishy mentioned, if you're getting a whole bunch of data that's meaningless, simply because you've created the incentives for companies to, share this data, but they obviously don't want to lose the commercial value of that data. It may end up not really, it may have effects that may not ultimately be beneficial for our digital economy. So I think that's my fundamental problem with the NPD framework, which is that it is certainly a laudable objective to say, okay, let's look at whether there are community rights. Let's look at the implications of creating this right. Let's look at the implications of protecting this right and trying to sort of bring back benefits to the community who is the data principal in this case. But you don't want to end up with rules that kind of undercut that objective, right? And that tends to happen with competition law also, right? Because even outside the context of data, any competition remedy or any sort of enforcement action in a competition law context is like needs to be evidence-based, needs to be empirically needs to have some sort of empirical data backing it. Because you don't want to impose a remedy that potentially like a data sharing remedy that is either meaningless or effectively ends up actually strengthening a data monopoly, so to speak, right? So yeah, I think like you said, there is a lot to unpack there, but it needs to be considered in a specific context. I don't think we would achieve our objective, our stated, legislative objective, or like the report's objective, if we were to sort of introduce very broad rules that have impacts that we don't yet know. Like, I think everything that I've heard today from all the panels so far, I think just indicates that we don't yet know what can happen with data. We don't yet know how data can be processed. There are good actors, there are bad actors, there's context, there's technology, there's capability. So I think like where I come out, having looked at the NPD framework is yeah, I mean, I think we start with use cases, we start with health, like for instance, like Asa mentioned, all governments that have looked at harnessing AI, harnessing data, have kind of started with a particular problem, and then sort of brought in stakeholders, brought in technology to kind of address the problem. Simply mandating it will, I think, create a monster that a whole new monster, that we might not actually know what to do with.
Got it. Thanks, Shruti. And my next question is for everyone in the panel. It's about how can we define public value? Because the grounds for which organization can request high value data sets is if it brings public value. But that's a very broad one, right? Like, what are the ways, thresholds you can tell, like what are the determining factors for public value? Asta, if you want to start.
Sorry, I lost my unmute button. Yeah, so we also started with that, right? Like, because the report does say that we want to solve for public value, but doesn't necessarily define what public value is. And we sort of hazarded a guess as to what it could be. So first we thought it's like participation, which is the ability of individuals and communities to exercise rights in decision-making, if that's possible. Obviously, protection, agency, transparency, and then equitable benefit. Those were some of the characteristics of public value that we define. And what we realized again with the report is that a lot of these questions were not necessarily being addressed through the report, like the equitable benefit question, which is at the core of it. The report does talk about that a little bit, because that, the whole idea of community rights, they do suggest things like data trust, etc., to do that, but it's still very high level. It hadn't been tested. Whether or not it would have impact on distributing value is unclear, and it's unclear globally, right? We've been studying this for the last 3 years. There is very limited evidence on how it happens, and I think there's a need to create the evidence for it. Then also on questions of participation, on transparency, all of those remain quite unclear and high level. So the public value question was thrown in, and it's a noble pursuit. And of course, I've said this many times, that part of the report is very progressive and really needs to be pursued further. However, we need to unbundle that, and also because it does allow the government free hand on acquiring data for public value. And that's where it becomes, as Shruti said, that we need to define these things, we need to contour them, we need to test them, and we need to figure out where and what the limitations of public value are as well, because of course interpretations vary. They will vary in this group as well. And especially when you're getting communities to participate, within communities there are distinctions between what is public value and what is not. How do you really like safeguard the interests of those that may or may not have a voice? So the report throws out public value as a starting point, but then doesn't really solve for what it is and how do we really get to it. And I think that there's a separate track that's required on public value of data and what are the systems that are required both at the community level, at the law level, etc., to unlock it.
Vishwanath, do you want to add to that? How can we define public value?
So I will defer this question if you don't mind. I'll come back to it at the end, actually. Yeah, I'm still grappling with how one thinks about public value in general. I mean, there are externalities. Is that a public value? Because I'm still not clear on the question itself in the first place. And I've been thinking very hard while Astha is speaking, and I was hoping that she'd speak for a couple of more minutes. But so I'll come back to it. I think let me assemble my thoughts.
Yeah. Shruti, do you want to take over?
Sure. I mean, I'll give it a shot, but I think one parallel. I mean, I don't know if there can be a static definition of public value. Obviously, speaking as a competition lawyer, the only thing I can sort of draw on is, this whole concept of consumer welfare. That's something that I think has taken several twists and turns over the years in different jurisdictions. And we're seeing now that consumer welfare itself has also kind of changed, right? It's not merely low prices. It's not merely more products. It's compliance with law. It's protecting my privacy in certain cases. Whether that is whether that should be a concern of competition law itself is a separate question. But again, I don't know. I think I would go back to identifying, to at least narrowing it down to a particular sector, to a particular problem, and trying to at least identify the stakeholders there and seeing what the problems there are that can be solved through data sharing. The concern might be data sharing might not actually be the solution in many cases. So yeah, I mean, I think I think I would just say it depends. It's a very lawyer answer.
Tough to define.
Depends on the facts and circumstances.
Yeah. Rahul, do you want to take a shot at how to define public value?
Sure. I suppose lawyers don't leave these opportunities, and I'll utilize maybe some legal analogy to figure out possibly. I suppose, all of you are right. Nobody really knows because the panel also gives it a sort of a pass. They only talk of public value. What it reminds me of, though, is I think in legal segment, it reminds me of this quote unquote public interest. And for people who have done law, I think you would recall there are all sorts of judges who say public interest is an unruly horse. It's quite possibly, it's very difficult to get on, maybe, and it's also difficult to get off it. Maybe that's one analogy that should make sense if they're talking about public value and they're thinking of making it mandatory data sharing in those contexts where there is public value. Maybe they should recall, at least from the discipline of law, that this idea of so-called public interest is seen as unruly horse, both difficult to get on, as well as if you are on it, I suppose maybe you will be just thrown out, rather than you being able to control when exactly do you want to get off, right? The other aspect from this, maybe the jurisprudence related to public interest, which I get reminded of when I see these ideas related to public value, is possibly maybe not to do a literal interpretation of it. What do we mean by it? For public interest, what is clear about that jurisprudence is that it does not mean whatever the public is interested in, right? I mean, anybody who has dealt with young children, if you say in the interest of the children, just see them looking at social media profiles and whatever they are on. Similarly, I suppose if citizens of the country are like children, it certainly does not mean whatever the public is interested in, right? It possibly means something counterintuitive to whatever the public might be interested in. The public in India might be interested in lynching, I suppose, maybe natural persons, as well as maybe through these kind of laws, artificial legal entities like companies as well. But that can't be public interest. That can't be public value either, right? So through these two examples, what have I done? I've only taken the panel to maybe look at other instances, maybe draw analogies, and see whether we can make sense of this idea of public value from other concepts like public interest. It looks like, human society has struggled with this idea for very long, right? And it's not always very clear, without a factual context to say whether it will enhance or it will not enhance public value. So maybe what Shruti is mentioning has some point. Maybe leave it to the courts, leave it to the judges, maybe to look at on a case-by-case basis. But then, you are essentially kicking the can down the road, by the way, you see. At least in law and economics literature, there are people like Parisi who speak about law as having both variable cost as well as fixed cost, right? If you come up with a law which is not sufficiently specific, which is quite vague, then you're essentially saying that society will pay a lot of variable cost down the line. If you can have a legislation which is sufficiently clear and specific, then you are saying we will devote resources of the society today, we will spend some fixed cost and make sure that the law is workable. So if we leave it to the judges for later on, we can also be rest assured that this is just a variable cost that society will have to pay from let's say, on a case-by-case basis. And we don't know really, by the way, what will the impact be on future incentives of future entities, right? And therefore, with that cautious note, I'll stop and hand it to Vishy, who said he will speak last.
No, thanks, Rahul. Not for the first time have I been asked a question and I have no clue. And like usual, I'll wing it, right? I think if at all COVID has proved us something, it is that when the so-called public value is involved, which is, I'll just take a very simple phrase, the betterment of the society from the current status quo, that the information sharing happens in a much more smooth way than you have thought businesses are capable of, right? So therefore, to me, the argument is that I would actually be much more, concentrating on creating those mechanisms where, in terms of necessity, in terms of where the public welfare can go up significantly, and I'm differentiating public welfare from pure consumer welfare, by the way, can go up significantly. I think the mechanism, I would rather leave it to in some sense, the businesses to create those mechanisms as well than have them forced to come up with. I'll just pick from law and economics literature that Rahul has talked about, and I'll refer to another economist / legal scholar called Ronald Coase, who has talked about how when the transaction costs are limited, who owns property rights does not matter. What is socially optimum will always happen. That's the whole crux behind the modern day carbon trading and all that stuff. If you go by that particular Coasean view of the world, that if there is a betterment of public value, the aggregate value that the society incurs as a result of certain activity, the market will create a mechanism. So therefore, the argument comes back to, the regulation ought to reduce the transaction cost between various people, various entities, the ones who hold the data and the ones who need the data, then create more barriers around it. That's the way I would look at it in terms of public value. Yeah, there is a lot of value. As an empirical economist, I think my dream would be to work on reams and reams of data set. Who doesn't want data? But you want the data which is meaningful and you want the data that is usable. And in some sense, I do believe that the Coasean analogy will help me solve a lot of these problems. Yeah.
Thanks, Vishwanath. Nikhil, you want to jump in? You have your hands up. I think you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah. So there's an anonymous attendee who has a question. Could the panelists illustrate any competition law related harms arising out of NPD concentration? And while the concentration of personal data may give entities a comparative advantage in a particular market, such as a market for targeted advertising, what could be the harms arising out of the creation of a non-personal data monopoly? Anyone want to take that up? Anyone?
Okay, I'm happy to try, but also at the same time trying to wrap my head around the question. Okay, competition law related harms arising out of NPD concentration. I think that again, this is a completely useless really answer in this context, but it would really depend on what the data is, right? If it is, for instance, I'm really struggling to think of an example of NPD that would sit in a business that is not, I mean, sort of kind of going back to data being non-rivalrous, right? Sorry, Nikhil, you were saying.
Let's take Bloomberg data.
Okay, yeah, public data about companies. I don't know that it would, I don't know that there would be an NPD concentration, right? Because by, I mean, looking specifically at Bloomberg data, that is data that's been pulled from public record and organized and indexed in a certain way. This is again an activity that any other company could do. The fact that Bloomberg is monetizing it, I think, is sort of in the sense it is. I don't know. I mean, I think I would say that.
So why didn't you think about this?
Vishy,
I was just coming to you.
Yeah.
Should Bloomberg data be democratized? Should it be made public and accessible because there is value in the data that they collect?
So Nikhil, imagine you're Michael Bloomberg, right? What would you do if you democratize it?
I'd stop.
If I democratize it,
I'd stop collecting it because then there's no value in it.
Exactly. So today I'm able to buy that data for a price. Okay. And therefore a market gets created for data. And that also connects with the question that is being asked. That's what I was going to come to next. That there are entities and mechanisms where data is traded. Bloomberg is a very good example. When data need was there, somebody came up and established this particular portal. Now you want to tell me that this entire portal has to be put on public domain and anybody and everybody who wants to use the data should be able to use it. Well, I mean, there is a problem right there, right? I mean, the entrepreneur who's put in his effort or her effort in creating this entire product would be left clueless. I mean, that's, I think, my concern. And then therefore the quality of data that gets collected goes down. Correct? I mean, yes, I think there is on the other, so the you have to excuse me, I'm not being as coherent as I really am. I'm really going through the motions most of the country is going through right now. But the argument that comes back to me once again is, when you start putting hindrances, it is under the assumption that businesses are going to continue with the status quo of what they're doing. No, businesses tend to be strategic in nature. So therefore, the moment a law comes up, their entire way of operation changes, which suits to that particular law as well as their own advantage. I mean, you cannot rob firms of their competitive advantage, at least to the last possible mile, right? I mean, so to that degree, I would argue that the moment you start going down that route of democratizing Bloomberg, will Bloomberg remain what it is? No, it won't. What would you rather have,
essentially
good quality Bloomberg available for a price, or a Bloomberg which you can access anytime you want? But
so what you're saying is, if the equilibrium is disturbed, it will find a new equilibrium.
Absolutely.
So okay, now Bloomberg is an example of direct data which is possibly accessible, and it's economic data that could be useful to the government and to the public also, except that Bloomberg is organizing it and presenting it in a particular manner. But then there are some businesses for whom that data is a byproduct and not the business. So let's take Zomato, right? That for example, and this is an example that came up in a Economic Times report when NPD first was discussed, saying that Zomato data could be made available to the health department for health interventions So if too much sugar is being consumed or too much of red meat is being consumed in a particular area, then that data can be used for healthcare interventions in those areas. Is that something that looks feasible? or is that comparative data as well?
So like the other day we were talking, Nikhil, at least my view is very clear. I don't want to specifically name any platform out here for various reasons.
Let's say platform X.
But where would we stop? I mean, where would we stop in terms of telling public authorities, what should be done and what should not? So tomorrow I'll ask you this question that, maybe every one of our car tires need to have sensors in it that will tell the government exactly where you go to every time. That saves a lot of things. I mean, there is public value if you think about it from that way. We go back to the standard question that has been plaguing philosophers from Jeremy Bentham's time, or if not earlier. Where do we stop with individual rights? Where do we continue to put public? Maybe that should have been the answer to Sarvesh's question previously. Where do we start prioritizing individual rights over public, over public welfare, right? I mean, so that's a simple question. I'm not a philosopher, so therefore I don't want to go down that path too much. But nonetheless, from an economic standpoint, I think to me it's very clear. I mean, has there been much of a competition barrier that is being created right now because of data? I mean, that's also a question. I'm not sure. I mean, in terms of, I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, please.
No, so both Shruti and Astha have their hands up. I'll go to Astha first. Astha?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wanted to talk about harm, which was earlier said as well about, from the competition perspective, of course, the lawyers in the room can answer that much better. But from the community perspective, there's obviously a significant amount of harm that comes from NPD. And I think that's why the report does well to highlight some of that. And I think it also, the alternatives it suggests, which we are seeing happen in other parts of the world as well, where it allows communities to port their data to different mechanisms of governance and use their data both to prevent harm as well as extract that quote unquote public value. I think that's an area of the report that needs much more elaboration. What's unfortunately happened is that they did all of this good stuff and then they put the mandatory bit in it. And the whole conversation on public value, community rights, all of that has gotten derailed because of this, view that data should be shared mandatorily. In the EU as well, there are all of these mechanisms like I said, worker info exchanges, working with Uber drivers, trying to port their data into a trust and helping them get, better or helping them enhance their rights in their engagement with the platforms. That is happening without mandatory sharing. Portability, which again has been mentioned in the data protection bill as well, could be used to help us do that, to collectivize this data, to create value for certain communities and let that be driven by the communities as opposed to an external idea of public value that is being imposed on people. So the whole thing of what is public value, we keep coming back to that, but I think that it's also essential to let the communities lead that question of public value, and it's happening in different parts of the world without making things mandatory. So I just wanted to flag that as well.
Shruti?
Yeah, so I think part of the reason why I was stumped by that question is that I think with non-personal, like I think I have a fundamental issue with bringing in competition law into this regulation of non-personal data in the first place, right? Data rights,
but there is going to be an issue exactly there, right? Because
I agree. Yes,
it is trying to address competition issues.
It is trying to address competition issues, but is data a barrier to competition, or such a strong barrier to competition that you need to mandate sharing? That's the question that I'm kind of.
That's the assumption that not just the NPD report, but a lot of politicians and government officials have actually gotten convinced about. So they are convinced about it. Now, my question: if you're doubting that, explain why.
I'm doubting that because I'm doubting that because in I mean, because of everything that's been said previously, which is that data needs a particular context, data needs a particular infrastructure, out of which you derive value. I mean, leaving aside that conceptual question, I think we actually also have examples from the CCI itself where they've got sort of looked at this issue of what does data really do to competition, right? So leaving aside the question, for instance, of where they're looking into is privacy being eroded by say a change in WhatsApp's privacy policy. What they're talking about in that order is that the collection of data may cause harm, may change incentives in a particular market, where there is perhaps a dominant entity to kind of leave other or squeeze other people out. That is a theory of harm that's been posited by the CCI. They are yet to investigate. I believe the investigation is ongoing, and there is a lot of public debate happening around that question. But if you look at the context, if you look at the CCI's order in the merger control context, where they're looking at actual potential coming together at least of two big data sets. They did look at this very question in when they were reviewing Facebook and Google's investments into Reliance Jio, noting that one part of it's effectively two massive data businesses investing potentially, getting some insight into a third massive data business, which is going to be consumer facing, retail essentially. And I think what they've done is said, yes, there could be a concern, but given the investment, given the quantity of investment in that particular case, they decided not to actually go into the question wholesale. So I think what the CCI is signaling is that they will also look at it. They will also look and see what specific sets of data are coming together, in what context, what are these parties, at least what could these parties do? It's a little bit of crystal ball gazing, admittedly, but I think it's not a given that there will be a competition.
Do we have, I mean, my question is the NPD approach trying to address a limitation that the CCI has? Because it looks at, and I'll bring in Abid as well, but CCI looks at, one, is there dominance, and then two, is there abuse of dominance? So if you look at the Jio, Facebook, Google investment, very clearly there is a level of dominance in all three companies. It's not a monopoly, it's not monopolies, but they're clearly very large and substantial players. But as they also found in the WhatsApp case, there is dominance, but there isn't abuse of dominance. So that's a limitation that competition that the CCI has, right? It has to have demonstrable abuse of dominance. So is NPD,
to be honest, I don't think that's
I mean, in a sense that no, but when you're looking at market crowding, when you're looking, which is one of the concerns that has come up over the last couple of years, then that market crowding is where two or three large players have large amounts of data. They're competing amongst each other, but the playing field for everybody else keeps reducing, where it's impossible to compete because of network effects, because of, and I know that Vishy's pushed back against some of this thinking, but is this a gap in competition, the current views of competition that NPD is trying to address, or this approach to NPD is trying to address?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say the approach to NPD, just sort of broadly putting it into the bucket of ex-ante regulation, is something that's being spoken about in competition circles, yes. But at the end of the day, all of these, I think someone brought up the Digital Markets Act and everything that's going on in Europe and the US, all of these are still proposals. The reason why there is so much pushback is because there are precisely these kinds of unintended consequences, right? One very obvious one is that you remove the incentive of anybody to even reach that, to even enter the market. If you're going to mandate, if you're going to take away all of the economic value that I've, poured my personal, financial resources or time resources into. So I don't think there yet is a solution to that issue apart from, circling back to say the most useless phrase, which is look at the facts and circumstances. Look at the evidence on the ground. What is happening? There is a reason why effects-based analysis is sort of is so fundamental to decision making in competition law, whether in India or in Europe or in the US, right? You don't want to create a rule on the basis of the presumption that there is too much power in the hands of certain people. That is not a problem that competition law specifically tries to solve. There are other laws to solve that issue, right? So privacy law, perhaps, consumer protection. Those come from a rights perspective.
Right, except that this goes beyond consumer protection. And just before if anyone else wants to jump in on this one, I also remember.
Just have a quick comment, Nikhil. I'll pick up on one of the statements you made as well. At one point in time, even I taught it in the class, we all thought that network effects are be all and end all of any business. I think the ground reality out there is a little different. I think we know that there are gradations of network effects right now, and not all network effects are equal in every sense of the word. Once again, data, being an entry barrier will also fall into that category. Sooner than later, we'll start realizing under what circumstances data is entry barrier and under what circumstances data is not going to be an entry barrier. And I think, further research is needed before we can conclude one way or the other, but just don't kill the golden goose at this stage. That's the way I would feel about it. I think, the argument that network effects will create strong entry barriers has been, I think, raised to ground both both in the real sense as well as in the theoretical world, right?
As well as in the 25% reduction in Facebook's profits.
No, that I don't want to comment on, but we'll just say this, that we all know that Uber has competition all over. We know that most of the platforms have significant amount of competition. Third mover, fourth mover, fifth movers are also making niche for them, creating niche for themselves.
Well, in e-commerce for Amazon and Flipkart, you also have a Nykaa that's built a category of its own.
Absolutely. So I would actually go back that, the recent Harvard Business Review article does make a distinction between what is a localized network effect and what is a global network effect, and how localized network effects need not be as strong an entry barrier as we always thought they were. Right. And so therefore, the argument that data is an entry barrier is, once again, it's not black and white at all, actually, according to me. There will be various differentiations that will get created where data could be entry barrier in some case, data need not be entry barrier in many other cases. But at this point in time, our understanding of this particular topic is very limited. So therefore, very cautious. And as one of the panelists pointed out, I don't remember who it was, cautiously experimenting with minor bits is probably how I would think about, in this context.
Another example, one of the things that we assumed was with WhatsApp's monthly active user base, which is a significant criteria to look at, they would basically steamroll everyone in the digital payments. They haven't made a dent in that universe, and PhonePe, Google Pay, and Paytm still rule the roost. And WhatsApp's payments launch is pretty much a non-starter so far. But Abir, you had a comment to make. If you could just unmute.
Yes. Am I audible?
Loud and clear, Abir.
Yeah. Thanks, Nikhil. Thanks, everyone. See, I have a couple of things that I thought it may be relevant. See, what we are discussing here, obviously, is sharing of NPD. A couple of things which is there is, even from a competition law perspective, and I'm strictly talking about antitrust here. When you are actually asking an enterprise to share their data sets or their property, so as to speak, this has been an issue worldwide for a number of years. So when you are asking somebody to share their IPR with somebody else, even when they're in a dominant position, so even EU authorities have been finding it a challenge because it's not easy. How do you effectively come up with a remedy? Because at the end of the day, it's my property. IPR is my property. NPT is my property. So what the EU Commission has come up with time and again through a lot of case laws is that in IPR, when you are actually asking somebody to share data, that can only be mandated provided that sharing is indispensable for creation of a new product or a new market. So what is, just to give an example, in one of the cases, what had happened was you have those directories of TV guides, wherein says, suppose 6 o'clock, this show will come, 6:30, that show will come. So this used to come on a daily basis. So somebody wanted to come up with a weekly guide kind of a thing. So they approached the commission saying that these people are not giving me that information. So there the EU Commission actually said there is a demand for a weekly guide to be created. So in that niche of circumstances, there was a compulsory licensing which was done, saying that you have to license. So compulsory licensing, as you would know, even in patents and others, is a very huge issue. Yes, there is a remedy for public interest, but how often has it been used? Because you don't want to scuttle innovation on one level, because I think a lot of panelists have rightly pointed out, to create data sets, to make sense out of it, is a mammoth task. Now, for you to say that you need to give to somebody at a particular cost, even if it is a royalty, for example, you need to tread it very, very cautiously.
But here, Abir, we're also talking about public interest data sets that are being not given from business to business, but from a business to a non-profit that has access to that high-value data set and is using it in public interest, however that might be defined.
See, that becomes a problem, because public interest, as I think Rahul, Shruti, everybody pointed out, is a very, very, I would say, an intangible concept. You cannot put a straight jacket to it. Health benefit, some people may say, hell, you need to give it to a health data to somebody. But to a pharmaceutical company, that is the be all and end all of their business. So that becomes quite a challenge. That's the reason why I'm just drawing a parallel from other laws which have gone on. Obviously, 1980s, the digital market was not as what we are today. So to that extent, at times, what we need to look back is also simple concepts like theory of property. At the end of the day, that is my property. Can you ask somebody to rent my house compulsorily? Yes, you can. The government can. Under the eminent domain concept, you can, but in a very sparing concept, sparing issues. So I'll give you one more example, which I was discussing with my colleague also. In the initial years of Competition Commission of India, there was a remedy which was passed in the automobile case that all these auto companies have to give the diagnostic tools and information to independent repairers. Now that is kind of like a licensing on payment of royalty. Did it actually help on the ground? That's something that one needs to look at. So I think it's actually obviously personal data and NPD, etc. is there. I would also throw in the theory of property also. The fundamental notion of property, that is my property. That is the company's property. For the government or anybody to say, to license it to a third party has to be done, there has to be certain parameters. It cannot be as general as public interest. A well-reasoned order has to be always be there.
So just purely, and sorry, I want to bring Srija in as well, but Abhi, since we have you here, what sort of, let's say the NPD report in its current shape and form gets converted, let's say it becomes regulations, and the non-personal data gets defined under the data protection bill. What sort of legal challenges would you expect in case there is mandatory data sharing with non-profit entities and the sovereign that takes place?
The first challenge would obviously be the interface with the IPR regime. It will be a huge legal challenge which is there, because what you are asking a company to do, like if you have the section 84, if I'm not an IPR lawyer, but I think section 84 of the Patents Act, compulsory licensing.
I'll ask Rahul to come into this.
I think that is the kind of, there has to be certain test, because even in competition law, which may be on a B2B circumstances, there are very, very rare circumstances internationally, I'm talking about internationally, where they say, yes, there is a problem, but I cannot tell because there is a fundamental discord between IPR and competition law. I think we need to look at all those cases, all those lessons, in the NPD regime when it comes, because there will be bound to be challenges. Apart from tough wars between the Data Protection Authority and Competition Law.
Competition Commission, yeah.
That there will be tough wars there. But for even in those cases, you're talking about dominant enterprises where the commission is telling you to share data, not a non-dominant enterprise. So that is an issue outside the competition law. Even for a company which has high data market power, that becomes an issue. That is an issue even recognized internationally. So those are the things that we need to see.
Rahul, any thoughts?
Sure. I mean, certainly what Abir is saying is right, that there will be certainly challenges. I mean, see, one aspect that one has to bear in mind is that even in terms of Competition Act, of course, the Indian Competition Act, we do have essential facilities doctrine. It's not that we don't have, right, Section 4 in the context of abuse of dominant position. I mean, the credit goes to the Indian Competition Commission that although the enactment has these provisions like essential facilities doctrine, they have not really gone around imposing, let's say, essential facilities doctrine in all the cases. Because I suppose the commission...
Would data come under an essential facility?
Oh, yes. I mean, the examples that Abir is taking, let's say, McGill case and all, where he's talking about indispensability, right? I think the other bit that one should also note beyond this idea of indispensability doctrine is the data that you are asking to be shared should also be non-replicable, right? I mean, the example that you took, let's say, weekly show versus daily show. Today, I think that example seems derisible, right? So, because the point is nobody really cares whether TV shows are being printed or not. Why has it happened? Because the market is so competitive that today, I suppose people are looking for personalized experience through maybe
let's take anonymized data regarding food ordering, or let's take anonymized data regarding shopping patterns in various parts of the country.
Yeah, sure. You can take any example. It doesn't really matter, frankly. One can take any example. Earlier, you took Zomato example, health, all of them, right? Yeah. Let's assume that one of these claimants says that it's an essential data for me in order to do business. I thought that's what the example was, or the question was. That if somebody has a concentration, that will there be a competition harm? Right?
Essential data that helps me make healthcare interventions as the state's health department.
That's paternalistic. So paternalism is never really a good solution in law, right? Which is, one has to look for a solution which is beyond paternalism. Health is also just paternalistic. Why is it that my health should be my concern, right? Or at least in a democratic context, whichever society believes in autonomy of individuals, they also believe that health issues would be a personal concern.
It's even also a societal concern.
It could be,
but let's say with you on this.
No, it could be, but the point is this. I mean, if I want to eat junk food, who are you to tell me not to eat? Like, it's just paternalistic to say that you will interfere.
No, but for example, as a health department, my responsibility is to ensure that people eat better, and therefore I can, let's say, use that to target, let's say, advertising, hoardings, etc., that try and change the mindset of people towards healthier food, as an example.
You don't need data for that. Why is it that you need data from somebody else? Why don't you create your own data?
No, but then it allows me to make more targeted interventions. Let's say community meets around healthy eating habits.
Well, your convenience is not a legal problem, Nikhil, frankly. I mean, I know you are asking a lot of questions, but let me be blunt. Your convenience is not a legal issue. And when I say it means the state, right? The state is being lazy then. And whoever is the claimant is also being lazy then. Their convenience is not a legal problem. The idea of law has to be that it goes beyond somebody's mere inconvenience, right? Some harm has to be caused to a wider set of people. It cannot be that somebody is being inconvenienced and therefore the state wants to intervene. You see, I mean, the question which was asked, I didn't deliberately say anything because it's a very provocative question. I'll tell you frankly why. Because when somebody talks about data concentration, the biggest concentrator and data monopolist is the government, the state. Why don't they start with sharing their data mandatorily before they are asking somebody else to do it?
No, they want to sell it, right? Like they sold motor vehicles data to insurance companies.
So other people will do the same. They will sell it. What is goose for goose will also be goose for gander, no?
Fair enough. Sorry, Abir and Shruti want to come in. I'll first go to Shruti, then to Abir.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry,
just
Shrija.
drawing.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Srija's been waiting for a while, so we'll go to her after this.
Okay, so I'll make it
Please
very
go on.
quick, but just sort of to draw from what Rahul was saying, it's also, the purpose of competition law is also not to protect competitors, right? It is to protect competition on the merits. So if that is your goal, and if your NPD framework is kind of hopefully also trying to achieve that goal, then I think we just need a little bit more thought into the implications of what would happen, right? You know, even if not mandatory data share, in what context would you consider data sharing as a solution? And like Abir pointed out, you know, in the automotive's auto spare parts case, while there were lots of other problems, this was an intervention that the Competition Commission thought would fix a particular problem. Whether it has happened or not, it may not have actually happened simply because the decision has been challenged. But would it not result in other problems? One problem I can think of is just safety, road safety, right? If you're just going to say, share all of your data, share all of your IP, and let anybody use this data to then repair cars, what I'm paying for when I pay for a warranty, when I pay for services at a service center, at an authorized service center, is the surety that, you know, this person's going to take liability if there is a problem. So I think what I'm saying is that with competition law and data sharing, it is very contextual, unfortunately. So maybe, you know, again, to reiterate what Asta was saying, just start with the particular context and take it from there.
For a minute there, Shruti, I thought you were saying NPD is a solution looking for a problem. But I'm just kidding. Abir.
Yeah, so as a parting thought, obviously, I will like to make two statements. Both may seem contradictory, but still we need to merge it. One is obviously what Rahul pointed out about the essential facilities and how it is being used worldwide. Obviously, our standard of law, that is competition law I'm talking about, is not as high as essential facilities. It's market access. So it's slightly lower threshold than internationally, but yet we should be very careful in using it. And second thing, I completely agree with Rahul, what he was saying, that just because something is more difficult to replicate doesn't make it a mandate on the data fiduciary to share it. I'll give you an example. When we all had the pandemic in early 2020, there was a lot of discussion on force majeure and doctrine of frustration of contract, where we were all relying on the Supreme Court judgment, where the Supreme Court has said in a different context, just because of the performance of an obligation under the contract becomes more onerous, doesn't mean it is impossible. So yes, we cannot elevate again to that standard, but there are Supreme Court case laws on contract, on property, where I think at times, I think the most difficult thing to do is to make things simple. Go back to the first principles of theory of contract, theory of property. You will as lawyers and as practitioners, will get a lot of details from there. And that we can help mold in the NPD framework also. When and to what extent sharing should or should not be allowed.
I can foresee lots of litigation. Sorry, I think Shrija had a question. Shrija, or a comment. Shrija?
Hey, thanks, Nikhil. So I have a question, and it might be something like the context that Shruti was mentioning. So say a big tech platform collects NPD from their health wearables and then acquires an insurance company. I mean, these kinds of acquisitions happen across the board, I feel. And then that insurance firm starts to target consumers based on that particular kind of NPD data that it has. So how would competition be impacted? And say it's in India, how would the regulator react? And would it be able to react in time? That's mostly my question. Yeah,
it's called vertical integration.
Yes, but section 4.2 has section 3.4 has its issues with it. And so, I mean, I would say Rahul would definitely have something to say on this.
Oh, sure, Shrija. I was hoping you won't take my name, but anyhow, thank you. No. So I think in terms of starting with the last part that you asked, which is, will that intervention be in time? So assuming in your example that this is a transaction which is reportable to the Competition Commission because it crosses those thresholds, I'm assuming it will because the number seems like, or at least the sector seems like very interesting. So in that sense, so long as the CCI is looking at it from a merger control perspective, it looks like it will be able to review it in time, right? If that's your concern. Because it will be reportable and then they will review it. I think Shruti took the example on Facebook, Google, and Reliance Jio. Now, whether CCI will take a similar stand and say that, well, because it's a digital economy and because, one interesting thing that they do in Facebook and Google case is that they say, they ask the parties, is it your intent to utilize this data for, let's say, some kind of an anti-competitive purpose? And the acquirers say that, no, of course, that's not our intent. And Commission says, yeah, of course, we believe you when you say that that's not your intent. So CCI can also take that route, I suppose, which is a differential standard of review. So if they take a differential standard of review route, then it looks like it may not be a problem, Shrija.
Can I just add one small thing here, Nikhil?
So,
yeah. So the point is that if such a merger that Shrija is portraying is allowed without a review, then I would actually say that the law requires a bit of a review. NPD is not a solution out there. It's a competition law that would require a review. If there is huge competition in the variables part of it, well, of course, such a merger would not impact. Otherwise, there would be tangible impacts. And that's the reason why you need a competition authorities okay on any vertical or horizontal merger at the end of the day, right?
So Vijay, quickly, actually, so even if, let's say, a merger notification is not done, it's not really end of the world, though. The Commission still has Section 3 and Section 4 at its disposal to review it. So mainly because a transaction is not reportable is not an Armageddon sort of situation, frankly. It's just that, somebody will have to go to the CCI and persuade them that this is a case that they should review under antitrust provisions. That's all.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Any last questions, comments before we close? There's a question from Aditya about what can be the possible contours and illustrations of abuse of dominant position by companies under the competition law who tend to dominate in data collection markets. Anyone?
He's asking for mandatory data sharing. He should do his own hard work.
I don't know if he's asking for that.
Yeah, he is. Actually, he's saying, can you give a futuristic example of where there will be some problem at the CCI? Aditya Vyas, if I can take a dig at the question. You should do your own hard work and figure out from other jurisdictions what are the issues which may arise. Why should we give you free advice? Or at least, why should I give you free advice?
Great, Rahul. I loved the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Thanks. Thanks, everyone, for a great session. Really appreciate your joining us. And this was, I would say, a lot of fun. I think there are lots of we're going to wait for the NPD report to come out. I don't know if Parminder is still here. Parminder, can you give us a bit of a timeline on when we should expect the report, if it's been finalized? Okay, I guess Parminder has left the building. Great, thanks everyone, and thank you for a fantastic session. Thank you for a great few sessions today, everyone who stayed on. If you want to revisit this live stream and go through the conversations that took place, they are on MediaNama's YouTube channel. We'll be writing about this discussion on MediaNama as well and compiling the comments that have been made into a report. We'd like to thank PhonePe, Google, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft for the support for this discussion. The next sort of discussion we do is going to be a members call. We're planning one on drones next month, as well as one on the state of tech policy in India. This is going to be for MediaNama members, so do sign up at MediaNama for invites. Thank you all for your support.